ready to rumble.
Ready? Okay, let's call to order the Rolesville Town Board regular meeting, September 5th, 2023. Just want to welcome, we've got a full room tonight, so welcome everybody that's coming tonight. Appreciate that. We're going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and then Dan T. is going to lead us in invocation.
Yes, sir.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our Father, please excuse me, I'm losing my voice lately. All heads bowed, please. Our Father, who art in heaven, thank you for this day that you have given us. Thank you for keeping us all safe and giving us traveling mercies to tonight's meeting. As we have our town hall meeting, I ask you to give us wisdom and discernment as we hear all of the presentations and all of those who wish to speak. Ask for your guidance as decisions are being made for the town of Rolesville. It is in your Son, Jesus' name, that we all pray and say amen. Amen. Thank you all.
As you can see, a couple of us are struggling with our voices tonight, but we are going to make it through.
Yes, sir.
With that, I would say, Paul Bilga, if you would, we got a proclamation recognizing the 50th anniversary of the planning board, our planning board here. And Paul, if you want to read that proclamation for us, please.
Yep. Proclamation of the Town of Rolesville Mayor and Board of Commissioners. Whereas the Planning Board for the Town of Rolesville was established in September of 1973 by an ordinance signed by then Mayor Neil Mitchell and attested to by Clerk R.L. Pierce. Whereas Section 3, Powers and Duties of the ordinance states, it shall be the function and the duty of the Planning Board to make comprehensive surveys and studies of existing conditions and probable future developments and prepare such plans for physical, social, and economic growth as will best promote the public health, safety, morals, convenience, or the general welfare as efficiency and economy in the development of the town of Rolesville. Whereas Mr. Frank Pierce was the longest serving member and sat on the planning board from its inception in 1973 until December 2022. Whereas the following served as chair of the planning board during the years 2005 to 2012, Bill Carter, and 2013 to 2021, Mark Powers. Whereas the planning board has served as an advisory board to the Board of Commissioners in a volunteer capacity for 50 years and has helped make the town of Rolesville a better place to live, work, grow with family. Now, I therefore, Ronnie Curran, Mayor of Town of Rolesville, do recognize that the Planning Board has been an integral part in the Rolesville community since its established 50 years ago, and call on town residents and town staff to recognize the individuals who have comprised the Planning Board over these last 50 years for contributions of time, commitment, talents, and expertise.
Thank you for reading that, Paul. Appreciate that. I do see at least one planning board member in chamber here tonight. Is it any others? If not, Derek, you stand up. We'll recognize you as a current, he's a current planning board member. So, and I don't know if it's any past, I don't see any past ones. But appreciate that. 50 years is a long time, so we really appreciate their service over the last 50 years. And we're going to do something else, I think, right? We got something at the planning board meeting, we got something else planned. So, and you get to see planning board meetings online if you like to, and I'll give a plug for that. So maybe you can be there and see that too. So with that, item 4 is Government Finance Officers Association Award. Kelly, are you doing that one?
Sure. I want to bring to attention of you, the board and staff, and then public, that this year the town received a Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the Governmental Finance Officers Association for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2023. And I just want to read a little bit about it. It reflects, this came from the GFOA group who made the announcement. It says it reflects a commitment of governing to the governing body and staff to meeting the highest principles of governmental budgeting In order to receive the budget award, the entity has to satisfy nationally recognized guidelines for effective budget presentation. These guidelines are designed to assess how well an entity's budget serves as a policy document, a financial plan, an operations guide, and a communications guide. Budget documents must be rated proficient in all 4 categories and in all 14 mandatory criteria within these categories to receive the award. So on behalf of the town board, congratulations for receiving this. I think this is at least 8 years in a row that we received this, and continue good work in the budget. So thank you.
Good job. Thank you, staff. Appreciate all the work around that, for sure. I think we do have a good handle on our finances here in town, and takes a lot of people working together to do that. So thank you, Kelly. And Amy. Amy's not here tonight, I don't think, but appreciate it, Amy. Review of the agenda by the board. Any changes need to be made, we can consider that this time. We do have a couple items on the consent agenda. Also, we got 4 legislative hearings, so we got a pretty full bucket tonight. But I will entertain any motion from the board on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion is second. That second was from Commissioner Austin down there. Any other discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any. Thank you, board. Consent agenda, 2 items, minutes from the August 1st regular meeting and minutes from the August 15th work session. And then there's a call for legislative hearing on October the 3rd for annexation of 22-05 Harris Creek Farm. Not to be confused with the one tonight. Any discussion on the consent agenda? If not, I will entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Can we clarify for the public which one that is that we are doing October 3rd? Because the Harrises are getting a little confusing, to me anyway.
Yeah,
So is there
yeah.
anyone from
Yeah,
planning that can clarify that?
I can, the one on October 3rd is the one that's close to what they call Universal Drive or Virtual
Universal.
Drive.
Okay.
It's close to Jonestown. Derek shows a map there. It went through the planning board last week, and it looks like it's on the agenda to come to us.
October 3rd, so not
October 3rd.
tonight.
Not tonight.
Not tonight.
Yeah, it's a couple of these things called
pass it
Harris.
either.
A couple of them called Harris, which makes them really confusing.
Confusing, yeah. I just wanted to clarify for the public.
Is it Universal or Versal? Universal?
Universal.
That's what that one is.
Okay.
Okay, next item is the board liaison reports, starting with Paul. Anything you want to report from Parks and Recreation Advisory Board?
We need to
Approval
approve
on
the
the consent
consent
agenda.
agenda first.
So moved.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
I'll second it.
We had a long discussion on that, didn't we? So I got a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Now the liaison meeting, so, report. So, Paul, anything report from Parks and Recreation Advisory?
Yeah, our last Parks and Rec Advisory Board meeting, we met with June Green, the new Parks and Recreation Director. Discussed upcoming events that we have coming up, including Fall Fun Fest, and received an update on upgrades at Redford Place Park and Main Street Park as well. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Paul. Commissioner Sutton, Economic Development?
Yes. Take my glasses off to see. Just a couple of things, well, 3 things, actually. As the cost of housing continues to increase and single-family residential developments are outpacing all others, we at Rolesville seek to provide diverse and affordable housing options for people of all income ranges desiring to live in Rolesville. So with that, the town has begun interviewing firms to assist us in developing an affordable housing plan. We hope to select a firm within the next few weeks to get started on what will be a 9-month project to get that plan in place. So I think that is excellent. If you don't have a plan, it's very hard to ask developers to work with you, so I'm looking forward to that. The other thing is we did have some recent business openings, ribbon cuttings and grand openings. Gladwell Orthodontics on the corner across from Food Lion had a ribbon cutting August 29th. And we have one coming up this week, which is Triangle Family Dentistry, located in that same building. Theirs is this Thursday, September 7th at 1 o'clock. So excitement around new businesses in Rolesville, activities picking up. And then finally, we do have 3 commercial parcels for sale on either side of Rogers Road. And we've received a concept plan for a new commercial building at the corner of Rogers and Granite Falls Boulevard. I think that's right across from State Employees Credit Union, which could include, it's only a concept at this point, but which could include retail space and also 2 new restaurants. And that's all I have to report today.
Yeah, that's a very good report, so thank you. I think we just heard today Cobblestone is now going to put a 10,000 square
I
foot
saw that.
commercial building there, which is great. Another 10,000 square foot is really needed, and it looked like it had outdoor seating, maybe a restaurant or something, so that would be even more fantastic.
And businesses are crucial in Rolesville. I know a lot of times people say, we want to stay small. We also need to stay competitive. And right now, I don't know what the exact number is. I heard someone say 90% residential and 92%. The point is, though, we have very little commercial, so the more commercial we get will help us, and it takes some of that burden, that tax burden off residential. So we're trying to save y'all some money.
For sure.
Thank you.
Good report.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Adley, Planning Board, anything to report?
Okay, so I had 2 things, but Sheila hit upon the affordable housing part. So with the last meeting that we had last Monday, there was a development that came before the planning board. That came before the planning board that the board said no to. So they chose to come to the commissioner, so they'll be here in October. I know the board has asked for more training, so I know that's being offered, so they're going to have more training, not in regards to that particular case, but, training is always something that we should seek to gain the education from that all the time, and everything's always changing with this town and with our planning and with our UDO and our LDO. So I'm glad that that's being offered to the planning board. And just a little side note that Deborah Ross is going to be in town at Arise on August 9th. So if you know any veterans who would like to speak with her, she is very anxious and eager to speak with you as well. So please tell your family and friends to come out and, with her, to sit down and speak with her this Saturday starting at 9 o'clock. And that's really
Who
all I
is
have
she,
for now.
just for public knowledge?
I did say Deborah Ross.
Right, who is she?
Congresswoman.
Who is she?
Me?
All right, just tell who she is.
Oh,
Congresswoman.
Congresswoman. I'm sorry.
Some may not know.
I know. I do apologize for that. She earned that title, and I should have said that from the beginning. So, thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, Commissioner Officer, Veterans?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Melly took some of my thunder. But on August 5th, 2023, at 17:30 hours, I had the pleasure and the honor of attending the 14th Annual Purple Heart Banquet held at Richland Creek. The banquet was an incredible event to pay tribute to all of the Purple Heart recipients. The keynote speaker was former United States Army Private First Class and former prisoner of war Jessica Lynch. On March 23, 2003, she was injured and captured by Iraqi forces after her unit was ambushed in Iraq. To learn more about her, you can go to powjessicalynch.com. I did find out information about Rolesville High, and they do want the Navy Junior ROTC program to be a part of their curriculum. Principal Perry introduced Mayor Curran and myself to one of the senior high school administrators for Wake County to assist. I contacted Captain Retired United States Navy Hub, which is the Navy Junior ROTC Area 6 manager and commander, and he provided the forms and the website to pass on to the senior administrator and Principal Perry. Master Retired Jerry Madnam held the 3rd Veterans Fellowship Breakfast on 30 August at 09:30 hours at IHOP in Nightdale. Operation Real Talk has been pushed to January 2024. The date is to be determined. As Commissioner Melly mentioned, Congresswoman Deborah Ross will be at Arise at 9 o'clock. But you need to RSVP if you're a veteran. You can go online onto our website as well as call 919-334-0840 by September 8th. And I also have Master Sergeant retired Jerry Madnam. He has been my right hand and my left man into seeing that the veterans programs happen here in Rolesville because it is a need. So I would like to publicly thank him for his hard work and his dedication. And sir, you are here tonight, which I did not know. So could you please stand? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just to clarify that it would be nice if they register, but they don't have to register to attend.
Okay,
Okay, so just in case somebody doesn't have access, you can still attend.
they can still attend?
Yes.
Okay. And my last thing is on September 11, March, the 22nd year anniversary of the terrorist attack that killed 2,977 people and injured thousands at the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and in Somerset County, Pennsylvania, which is the crash site of United Airlines Flight 93. While September 11 is not a federal holiday, Congress in 2001 dubbed it as a National Day of Service and Remembrance and named it Patriot Day. Please do not confuse Patriot Day with Patriots Day, as this day commemorates the Battle of Lexington and Concord, which were fought near Boston in 1775. That's Patriots Day. Patriots Day is held on the third Monday of April. One of the most important things that happened is on September 11 at 0846 hours is a moment of silence. This is when the first plane struck the North Tower of the World Trade Center. This is a time of prayer and remembrance of the victims who lost their lives in this terrible attack. I'd like to honor those who served and lost their lives on 9/11, as well as the 441 first responders that gave their life to help out others. Could y'all please join me in a moment of silence and please stand? Thank you. You may be seated. And sir, that will complete my briefing or meeting. Or report. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Austin. That's a great report. And I think the more you talk, the better your voice is getting. So probably by the end of the night, we're going to be good to go. You
hope
know?
so.
You keep it going, it's just going to get better. So
Drinking this hot tea.
and you know, I really appreciate everybody that helps on this veterans thing. We've come a long ways in 2 years.
Yes, sir.
You know, in making a difference in the veterans. And there's other groups that we need to work and make differences in too, I recognize, in town. And hopefully we'll start doing better with that. I know senior citizens are one of them that we really need to put the work in for senior citizens that we do for the veterans.
Yes, sir.
But good work there. Appreciate you helping, Dan. And I think the ROTC thing is a great thing that we're working on. I've kind of learned to take this as, you know, junior ROTC is something that just don't happen. Somebody has to push it, want it, keep pushing it, keep wanting it to make it, you know, come to reality. And
Yes,
I
sir.
think we're getting there with that.
So is it coming to the high school, or is it still,
I'm very persistent.
but they haven't given the final yes on it yet?
That's my goal, is to get that definite yes, because it is a need, and especially with all the violence that we see for our high school, I think that discipline need to be back into the high school. And it started with the JRTC program, and it's going to take leaders to go out there and do the legwork, and I'm definitely one of them that's going to push it hard. They probably tired of seeing my ugly face, but I don't care. It will happen for Rolesville. That's the goal.
We're not going to give up on it. So
No, sir.
thank you for helping too. Appreciate that. All right.
And the Veterans Center as well.
April is not here tonight. She is still battling some issues, and she's here in spirit. And she did send me a report to share with everybody. a brief fire department report. She serves liaison to the Public Safety Committee. So from the fire department, she says they're still getting a great response on volunteer candidates. And I think they got 11, last time I heard, like 11 full-time employees. So really to make the fire department work, it takes a lot of volunteers, people to volunteer their services. And they were down on that volunteering for a while, but I'm hearing it's really picking up. She said that they're really getting some good response for that. So if y'all know volunteers that would like to be part of a fire department, just reach out to your folks and tell them to check it out. I mean, it's a great organization to be part of. The fire department board will be at our September 19th board meeting to discuss the resolution agreement between the fire department and the town of Rolesville, which she says we're looking forward to it. And we are. For the public that doesn't know this, the Rolesville Fire Department is a independent organization that receives funds to operate under contract from the town of Rolesville and from Wake County. And as we get bigger, it's more of town of Rolesville than it is Wake County. So at some point in time, we're looking at trying to merge the volunteer fire department into a town department funded by the town. So that's what this effort is, and it's been ongoing. We've been working on it for 2 or 3 years, I think, and we got some dates set. And if anybody is available and want to come and watch, they will be coming here in this chamber on September 19th, and we'll be talking about that. So that's April's report. Anybody got anything, any final thoughts on the board liaison reports? If not, we've got.
But I do want to add something else to that event that I mentioned. A couple of years ago, Karen Walker had started Coffee with the Veterans, and then when COVID happened, we had to back off a little bit. Then we started coming back, and the event that's taking place is actually taking place a week before our scheduled Coffee with the Veteran. But the Congresswoman had called asking for that extra date because, her schedule is really busy. So we were grateful for the opportunity to try to slip that date in, but there's still another event after that. So look for those events. I think it's once a month right now, Jerry, as we talked about.
Yep.
And it's information for the veterans, dental, health, transportation to different medical places. But we're also going to put a little spin on it that we hadn't done in the past and make it like a day of, maybe they want to come and play cards or just sit around and talk or watch a game. So again, if you know any veterans, it doesn't matter their age, please definitely tell them to come out. It doesn't cost them anything. Free coffee, free Danishes, or whatever we're going to have on each one of those days. So I just wanted to make sure people know that it is back and it is for the veterans, because we definitely need to do more for our veterans in Rolesville. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Next item, D, communications from our police department. Chief, is that you? You going to do that? Come on up.
Chief,
Good to have you tonight.
good to see you, sir.
I think most people know Chief Dave Simmons, but you want to introduce yourself, it's fine.
Chief David Simmons. For those of you who do not know me, feel free to stop by anytime and chat if you would like. Hope everybody had a good weekend and a great Labor Day. I see y'all's docket is pretty full, so I'll try to be brief. And if I can work this new technology we have here. There we go. I'll give you a quick update. I wasn't here earlier, so I did add a few more slides in and a little bit more information just to keep everybody informed about the police department and what we've been up to here lately and where we're going. We have acquired 2 new replacement patrol vehicles and have delivered them to our outfitter this week, so we were excited for that. This is probably the earliest that that's ever happened. Our fleet commander, Captain Haynes, worked on that diligently and go ahead and get these 2 vehicles so we can start replacing some older cars in our fleet. We have begun the process to replace our in-car cameras, and they should be installed and operational by early '24, we hope. There's a supply and demand issue with those, with several different pieces of equipment that we were looking for, and that's one of them. So we're hoping by early '24 we'll have them up and running. After an abundance of research, review, and consulting other agencies in the area, in this area and across the state, we have identified a suitable drone that we feel will work for the needs of the police department and the town of Rolesville. So we're very excited about that. We have an SOP that has been that's under review. We have identified 3 pilots for the police department who want to pilot the drone, and they are currently undergoing some training through the federal laws and state laws to ensure they're up to speed once we launch this program. Please stay tuned on that. I hope to be working with our communications specialist, Ms. Lindsay, to be able to put some more information out to you all and the public. Some staff updates. We have recently sworn in a new officer, Mr. Alex Michaud, on August 28th. And we're excited to have our 3rd police cadet, Mr. Trayvon Kenyon, who will start basic training school at Wake Tech on September 12th. With y'all's help, we were able to implement this program, and it allows us to start recruiting earlier. We have found that to be successful. This is a very competitive field, and other departments have started this, and we don't want to get behind. So we appreciate y'all allowing us to implement this program and start recruiting as early as possible. So if you see Mr. Kenyon, wish him best of luck. He's going to be in school for the next 4 to 5 months. There'll be more to come on that. Sergeant Patricia Myers, she became certified as a specialized subject control arrest technique, which is a SCAT instructor. This is very rigorous training that was held at Salemburg, North Carolina. Consisted of 75 hours of classroom time and practical exercises. We had a very brief conversation when she got back, and she said it was definitely rigorous, and she used muscles she didn't think she had in a while, several bruises, but we were glad to have her as an instructor, not only for the department, but she'll be able to now start teaching other basic law enforcement training facilities in and around this area, which they have already started contacting me, soliciting her help to come and fill in for some of these courses. So, in addition, numerous other staff members have completed some specialized training courses in addition to their minimum requirements by the state over the past summer. So we're excited to continue training. Some community events that we were involved in this past quarter and a little further. Police department members attended the North Carolina Police Officers Memorial Day on May 2nd in Cary. Picture in the top left, we were honored to have Sergeant Patricia Myers also. She participated in the ceremony of the laying of the wreaths during that ceremony there. So we also hosted our annual bicycle rodeo where we distributed bicycle helmets, shared safety tips, and we also gave away 2 bicycles to 2 children in the community. Our members took part in the Law Enforcement Torch Run for Special Olympics June 1st. And we partnered with Zebulon Police Department on this, so we had our officers travel down to Zebulon, and they are assisting them in raising money for the Special Olympics by participating in the run. And then lastly but not leastly, we had our Camp Kids. It was held June 19th through the 23rd. It's for preteens. This year we had a total of 37 participants that attended the camp. Finishing out the year, I've heard some talk about the Veterans with a Cop, and we have our Coffee with a Cop and a couple other events. So I'm glad we have a lot of people in attendance tonight. Feel free to join us on one or all of these events. Our National Night Out will be held Thursday, September 28th from 5 to 8 p.m. at Thales. Free hot dogs, hamburgers, while supplies last, of course. Inflatable obstacle course, face painting, yard games, demonstrations, and other participating organizations. One thing that we have added this year is the mounted patrol from North Carolina State University. Then we have the National Coffee with a Cop Day, which is Wednesday, October 4th. We're doing something a little different. We used to hold the Coffee with a Cop several times throughout the year. I think it was quarterly. And this year we wanted to participate in the National Day, and we wanted to hit multiple businesses in and around town to be able to reach as many people as possible in one day. I believe we're ending at Coffee Lodge, but stay tuned for the dates and times of where we'll be throughout that day. Our Shop with a Cop program continues to be a success, and we'll be taking the kids shopping again this year on December 9th. If you have any questions about the program, or if you would like to donate, please stop by the police department and see myself or Administrative Specialist Christina. The department is helping with the Northern Community Food Security Team's holiday ham drive this year, and also assisting the Chamber of Commerce with their Christmas parade, which are both held in December. And that concludes my report. You have any questions?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, very good report, Dave.
Thank you all.
Chief, I just got a comment for you. For those in audience here tonight did not know, I want to thank you again, and so does the board, because Rolesville was voted again 2 years in a row as the safest place to live. So thank you for keeping all of us safe.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Exactly right. Good thinking, bringing it up. And I have to add, though, not only is it great to have those results, not only does it take a great police department, it takes great citizens. We got great people living here that, you know, that keeps that crime rate low. So you have to give it to the community, I think.
Sir.
But thank you, Dave. I don't want to take anything away from you, but I think you echoes that quite often.
Staff that we have on hand and the assistants, a great place to live.
Exactly. So thank you, appreciate that. Next item is public is invited to be heard at this time. Now, I will say, you know, just make sure we organize correctly. We have a chance to speak at this public to be heard, but also is 4 legislative public hearings coming up. So if you're here to speak on any of the public hearings, which 2 of them is associated with the new assisted living facility proposal, and 2 of them is related to the another Harris Creek project, I think. If you're here to speak on those, just stay tuned, and they are coming up. But if you're here to speak on anything else, this is your time to do it. So I'm going to just ask you to come up, because I think this list is kind of mixed up with, I see some that I think is here to speak on these public hearings. So if you're here to speak on anything other than the public hearings, please come up. This is your chance to speak. Just state your name and address for the record,
My
please.
name is Maria Alvarez, and I'm one of the seniors at the Grands at Granite Falls, and I'm here with quite a few of the seniors from there. We're here to kind of express concerns that we're having at the building. We're aware that, you know, things are getting expensive, but they're telling some of this, most of the seniors in there that their rents are going to go up $400 or $500. This building was built for affordable housing, 62 plus. So they should have known that, you know, we're on fixed incomes in that building. Some work, but we're still on limited incomes in there. So for someone to be paying $900 and they're being told that they're gonna be paying $400 or $500 when their lease is up, that's a lot for us. And we understand that it was approved, that they can rent, you know, raise the rents, but why so drastic? People are leaving, they're stressed out in the building. We're not getting anything additional to, you know, since we've been living there. So we need help. We know landlords have things to do, but so do we, you know, and we find a lot of the women in there are kind of freaking out in a panic. You know, we need someone to support us. Step up, talk to these companies that are coming in, changing rules on us at the last minute. Because like I said, it's 62 plus. It's obvious that we're on Social Security.
Is the majority of that building women?
The majority are, but there's men in there also. We have married couples that are in there, I think like 4 or 5. Yeah, and there's 1 or 2 single men in the building, but they're mainly women. And we kind of cover for each other, we look out for each other. But it's just too much. And everywhere that I've called, they say, okay, the law, the politician said it's okay. You know, but let's be reasonable. You know, who's going to speak for us?
Right.
Ellie, did you have some type of update on that?
Bingo. How you know?
So this issue came to my attention about 3 weeks ago, I believe. And I have reached out to Jim Properties and also North Carolina Housing Finance Agency, Susan Westbrook, Mark Perlman, Wake County Division Director of Housing Affordability Division. And then also I've had a couple of communications with a gentleman called Iris Slumka, who is the Chief Financial Officer for Jim Properties and Fitch Eric, which are the property owners. All of them confirmed that the rates proposed are meeting the guidelines and standards. I can read a little bit of what the rationale is, but the regulatory agencies are saying these are appropriate and within the guidelines, and so I was not able to, or I don't know if the town is able to do much of anything. I've asked the ownership to watch this meeting tonight, the ownership to communicate to the tenants, to be more clear, transparent with what's going on, but I don't have any other good answers other than
Yeah, and
Not even from Susan?
Susan said that everything is within the guidelines.
Question, is that within the guidelines for HUD? Because last I checked, there is a HUD apartment, income-based restricted housing tax credit apartments, Section 8, and also rental assistance programs.
The grant at Granite Falls, this is from Susan Westbrook, the grant at Granite Falls is not required to get agency approval for rent increases. As long as the property complies with lease provisions and state law, the rent can be increased up to tax credit rent limit. If there is an RPP loan on the property, the owner must get agency approval. There is not one on this property.
who is she?
She is the manager of rental assets from North Carolina Housing Financing Agency out of the Raleigh office and regulates these properties.
Can I ask you to reach back out to her and talk about the HUD? Because it should be something to protect the seniors using HUD in the Section
I
8
will tell you,
vouchers.
that she stepped up big time 3 years ago.
She did,
4.
she stepped up, we
She
had the
really
same
did.
problem, and I communicated with her. And they did call the property, and it made them bring down the rent. And this was maybe about 4 years ago, they tried to pump up the rent like $105. And it was only for the 60% apartments, because we have 30, 50, and 60% apartments. And they called them, and they told them that that was too high. And we know that is, it's funded by HUD, and they have to approve these amounts. And we know the rent's gonna go up, but why so drastic in one time? Some of the seniors in that building don't even get $1,400 in their Social Security. So you're putting them out in the streets. And, we know that they passed a law that they can do that, but where do we stand? Who's gonna, back us up? Stand up and back us up. And we've been making noise about this for a while now, and we keep getting the same answers. They can do that. But morally, should they? We're not getting anything. We're not a luxury apartment complex. We don't get any kind of amenities there. But some internet, and that's about it, right? That's about it, and water, and nothing else. And for the past year, we went through a manager that was with gym management that verbally abused the tenants and threatened them in the building. I mean, it was shameful what we've gone through there, and now this. So, the thing is, morally, should they pick up that rent so high
I agree.
in one shot?
You can't fight morals. I mean, That's
Legally,
unfortunate.
yeah, they got the right to do it, but morally, really, it's 62 plus. It's affordable housing.
and they did advertise it as such. When
And they
first-
did, and I have pictures that that's the way it was advertised. And we know that the new company has taken over. They obtained gym management in January. And I've spoken to people at HUD and Charlotte all over, and they tell us that, yeah, and I hear it in their voice that that's pretty high. So we just want, we know it's going to go up, but
Not
why so high?
Yeah, why so high?
Is there another conversation that you're going to have with them, Kelly, or that's pretty much it?
I can ask again. I really don't
You don't
have
have
any.
anything lined up now? That was the final answer?
Yes.
Let me know. You need
And we
help.
will continue to fight, even if we have to stir up stuff over there in that building, because, you know, it's not fair to us.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Let me know.
You know, it's not fair.
Let's fight.
Is there an agency that can subsidize the additional?
Well, you know, some people have vouchers, you know, like through Section 8. And, you know, HUD is supposed to funds the building, and I mean, they have certain guidelines, but when this law went into place, that threw all of, the people that don't have vouchers, they're the ones that are gonna feel the hit. Like, you know, some of us have vouchers, they can't raise that rep is so high. But the ones that don't, those are the ones that are gonna feel it. We've had about 5 or 6 people move out already in a panic.
Ms. Alvarez, we do appreciate you and all of the others who came out. Only thing I've add is, you know, I reached out to our representative, Terrence Evans, in the State Department, and he was going to do some follow-up for me. And also, we're going to see Deborah Ross from a federal level, you know, in the coming up this week, really.
Sorry.
And this is something we'll mention to her. We'll try to shake the political tree a little bit and see.
You know,
if
we've been shaking trees, but you know, anybody, you know, from you guys, show your faces,
Maybe.
make calls, you know, that would help us.
Maybe we'll find the right tree, right?
Yeah, well, we will, because like I said, you know, we're not gonna stop, we're gonna keep going, you know, and then they tell the people ahead of time. Some people, their leases aren't being renewed for 5 or 6 months, and they tell them, no, your rent's gonna be $1,500. Wow. That's a kicker. That's $500 more than what they're paying now. And we've had people that have been homeless that have came to stay in that building because they found an apartment. And now, where are they gonna end up?
Yeah.
You know,
We'll
so-
keep shaking tree. Thank you for coming
we
out.
are too.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Sure enough. Okay, I think everybody else may be for the public hearing except for maybe George. Are you, you for the public comment? Come on up, George. State your name and address for the record.
I'm George Garcia, 524 Averett Road. Got a couple of 3 quick questions. Number one, where can we find the campaign donation records for 3 positions that are coming up? Who's donating to y'all's campaign? We want to know that.
You can find it at Wake County Board of Elections
They have that information, and you all are passing that information to them?
by law.
Good, thank you. The other thing is the farm, also known as the Field of Dreams. What's going on with that? I mean, out of sight, out of mind? No one says anything. There's tax dollars that were paid for that acreage, and nothing is happening with them. It's been quite a while now.
Now, there's things happening, but you may not see it.
I'm sorry?
There are things that are happening, you just may not see it right now.
Okay, I'm
So,
just
yeah, so
asking.
It's not forgotten, it's not a dead field of dreams. There are things happening, but it's a process.
The public is not being informed, the taxpayers who you'll respond to. That's all there is to it. And the other thing is, I don't know if you all read today the News and Observer, but the city of Raleigh lost 1,000 acres of tree mast. Cary lost even more. And here in Rolesville, every time you look around a new subdivision, all you see is a cow pasture. They cut all the trees down and grind them down. When are you all going to change your planning system in order to include some, saving some of the trees? Okay? It is. You see the pile they had over at Chandler's Ridge. See the same thing over at the preserve. Same thing at the Elizabeth Springs. They were grinding them down and making them into mulch. Okay? And you drive through there now, and all you see is an open field and houses side by side by side, high density. Okay? So, thank you very much. Thank you, George. Wish you all good luck in the campaign.
Thank you, George. Appreciate it. Hey, Guy, you want to speak now or at the public hearing for the,
He was getting ready to.
it's up to you. This is just for general public, but if you want to wait for the Harris thing, that's up to you. Go ahead.
But their case is not tonight.
Yeah.
State your name.
Guy Jones, and I'll be speaking about the Harris Creek Farm on Universal, Jonesville.
Okay, that one's not on the agenda tonight.
Right, that's why I
got
want
you.
to speak on
Okay.
that.
Go right ahead then.
Okay. Can I get these maps back? Good evening, board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
I can pass it down. Okay.
I kind of go ahead because my name is Guy Jones. I live at 4706 Cousins Lane. I live in Jonesville, so this project hits close to my heart. My property, like most in Jonesville, and this project both lie outside Rolesville ETJ. I would love to share some of Jonesville history, but I intend to respect this institute's established time limits for public comment. However, I do hope that you understand and appreciate just how important the Jonesville community is to its families. So much more important than any amount of tax dollars the town might receive from the homes built with this plan. And most certainly more than the profits the developer will leave town with when they're done. But emotions do not account for much in government systems. You got to follow policies and laws and rules that have been established. So again, I'll skip the history lesson and get right to the facts about this zoning request. This request is more than unreasonable. It is biased. Whether conscious or not, it negatively affects the families in Jonesville. This request is biased because the only one to benefit from it is the developer. Spare me the tax revenue argument because we all know not a soul in Jonesville will see a penny of that revenue. There are already over 3,000 new rooftops coming to Rolesville with all the development it is seeing right now. Rolesville is already known as one of the fastest growing towns in North Carolina. And I just hand you those maps out, and this is where I'll talk about that. This is Jonesville's future. Look at the map and understand exactly what is happening here. To the north and east of Jonesville is Rolesville. The bypass came along and added a physical divide to a historical racial divide. So from the perspective of many Jonesville families, whether you are aware of it or not, this project will push us away yet again. Now look at the Mitchell Mill project and look at the Harris Creek Farm project. So see how Rolesville is surrounding us? But this is the beginning of rural gentrification. Where the new developments to the south and east of us will produce homes that start at no less than 300,000, most likely in the 400 to 500,000 by the time they are built. The property tax on those houses will increase the property tax of everything around them, like Jonesville. That means without doing a thing except living our lives as we have for generations, the property tax on my house and everyone in my community will skyrocket. They will escalate to a point where owners can't afford to live there. Families don't want to abandon their ancestral homes, so they find ways to save them, to keep what their enslaved ancestors' blood earned. So they skip an electric bill, then a car payment, then a house payment. Ultimately, this financial strain presents families with two choices: sale or face foreclosure. This is when the developers swoop in like vultures, picking up property cheaply and smiling all the way to the bank, like they are as we speak. Meanwhile, all the history, all the sentimental value of generations of families is wiped out without a blink of a developer's eye and without the majority of you being aware of it, mainly because it does not affect you. That, board members, is the start of rural gentrification. But here is what is wrong with this zoning request as it pertains to how the system sees things. The land in question is currently governed by Wake County ordinance, which allows for only 1.47 houses per acre as had for decades. This zoning request would change that to allow more than 6 times the density, or nearly 9 houses per acre. Would you want that in your community? Rolesville has rules that say projects need to be in like and kind of the surrounding properties. This request would destroy that principle. That alone should warrant a no vote. Consider this: if the developer were allowed to build on these properties under the Wake County ordinance, they would only be able to build 35 houses. Voting to this would permit them, as shown in this plan, to build 149 houses, more than 4 times the amount currently permitted. 4 times. But they're selling you on 4 times being better than 6 because that is not as many as a developer would be permitted to build. But what is developers' aim? Profit. Therefore, building 149 houses rather than 35 would benefit them and them alone. Frankly put, this developer is misleading you. They are using your ordinance because the county simply doesn't allow them to profit that they desire. This developer will come in, build 150 houses, reap its profits, then vanish. It is that simple. The developer will, or it did, will use the Mitchell Mill project a little further south as an example they are building off of. Well, that project is a mistake too, for all the same reasons. Don't make the same mistake twice. Because this project isn't even in the ETJ, it should be offering the town something extraordinary, but it fails to do so. There is no public park, this is no commercial entity, and there is nothing that improves the quality of life of its neighbors. As explained, it does quite the opposite. Voting yes to this latest zoning change seals the fate of Jonesville, a community that's continually been ignored and pushed aside. I pray on the behalf of the 147 property owners in Jonesville that you deny this request. Should you be compelled to put it to a vote, table it so the Rolesville and Jonesville communities can work together for its mutual benefits. We wish to be heard again. I ask, would you want this to happen in your community? Hear us and vote no.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Just for clarity, this one is the one that we just said would be on the October 3rd agenda.
October 3rd, yes, sir.
We went through the planning board last week, I think. Thank you, Guy. Appreciate that. Very compassionate there. So, yeah, come on up.
Actually, I'm here to speak on the Harris Creek Farm as well. Good evening, members of the
State
city.
your name and address, please.
Yes. My name is Marie Jarvis. I live at 3704 Gideon Drive. Good evening, members of the Rolesville City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Marie Jarvis, and my husband's there in the back. We live at 3704 Gideon Drive. We live in the Jonesville community, and our property, like most in the Jonesville community, and the proposed project lie outside Rolesville's ETJ. I stand before you today as a concerned resident of the Jonesville community, and more specifically, as a homeowner that will be directly impacted by the proposed development off Jonesville Road. I appreciate the opportunity to address you regarding this matter. My intention is not to oppose progress or development, but rather to oppose the rezoning of the land to a high-density designation, and also express my genuine concerns about the potential impact this development may have on our community, safety, and overall well-being. By speaking tonight, I hope you understand and appreciate just how important the Jonesville community is to its families. This is where I was born and raised and decided to move back 25 years ago after having my first child because I did not want to raise my kids in a busy city limits. But most importantly, because of the sentimental value it holds, I wanted to uphold my parents' legacy and not see their blood, sweat, and hard work go in vain after they had deceased. So my husband and I decided to renovate my home house and raise our 3 sons here. I say this to show how near and dear this area is to me. First and foremost, let's discuss safety concerns. The proposed development with its increased traffic and congestion poses a significant risk to the safety of our neighborhood. The added volume of vehicles on an already busy street will lead to more accidents and traffic-related incidents. The proposed entrance to this neighborhood sits at a blind spot on a 2-lane road where adding at minimum 140 extra cars in and out, not to include delivery drivers and visitors, will cause for traffic problems to occur. It's essential that we carefully consider the safety of our residents, especially our children who play in the area. We must ensure that proper traffic safety measures are in place, such as traffic lights, crosswalks, and speed limits that accommodate the increased flow of traffic. Moreover, I am deeply concerned about the potential health implications of this development. increased air pollution from vehicles, noise pollution from construction and traffic, and potential water contamination from runoff are all issues that could adversely affect the well-being of our community. I have a well at my house, so this is very concerning for me, especially as well as for my neighbors. These factors can lead to long-term health problems, which we should not take lightly. Our community's health should always be a top priority when considering any development project. Furthermore, this development could have a detrimental impact on our property values. Many of us have invested our life savings into our homes, and the presence of a large, imposing development in our immediate vicinity can have a negative effect on the market value of our properties. Potentially pricing us out of this area, this is a matter of financial security for many of us, and it's crucial that we consider the potential consequences on our property values. In conclusion, I urge the Rolesville City Council to consider the serious safety, health, and property value concerns raised by residents like me regarding the proposed development in front of my home. And I do say my home because it's actually right in front of my home. I sit right, it's like like the eye of a hurricane, that's my home. I'm the eye. So, this is really, concerning for us. Like me regarding the proposed development in front of my home, I understand the importance of responsible growth and development, but it should not come at the expense of the safety, health, and well-being of our community. I respectfully request that the council takes our concerns into account and thoroughly assesses the potential impact of this development on our neighborhood. I think there are questions that need answers from the developers before movement or approval on this project. One, this development, would the intent be to sell only to buyers, or would they sell to a corporation to rent homes out? Two, how would the development impact wildlife and natural habitats in the area? Three, how would the development address concerns about public safety and security? Four, how would the development impact local water resources and quality? Five, can you provide examples of similar projects that they have completed? What are the possibilities to redoing the proposed project to cut the number of homes that they are proposing to build? And can they provide information on the developer's commitment to sustainability? And can they address concerns about gentrification and displacement of existing residents? And what is the development's vision for the legacy of this project in our community? How will the developer engage with the community throughout the rest of this process to keep everyone informed? Thank you for your time and consideration. I hope that together we can find a solution that benefits our community while addressing the legitimate concerns of its residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jarvis. Appreciate that. Okay, Derek, do you want to speak at this time?
Yes, please. Good evening. My name is Derek Verstegen. I'm at 414 Virginia Water Drive. And I, too, am here to communicate some opposition with respect to the Harris Creek Farm project. And to get right to the point, you basically have two choices in this matter. You can listen to the developer, or you can listen to the community. The developer showed up less than a year ago and will be gone as soon as the last house is built, whereas the community has been here for generations. They are here tonight, they'll be here tomorrow, they'll be here next month. They'll be here hopefully for generations to come. So who are you going to listen to? Let me tell you about what happened last week. Fast forward through the presentations, fast forward through the comments, through the lively debate, cordial, professional, and maybe even a little passionate at times on both sides. Fast forward to the end of discussions when the developer ultimately had a decision to make. Ask for a vote or table. The latter would allow them time to review feedback, reach out to the community, and refine their request. After a short deliberation, they approached the podium stating indirectly, "We don't think the changes we need to make are significant enough to come back to this board." After which they called a vote. The planning board unanimously denied the request 6-0. The developer's decision to call for a vote speaks volume, at least to me, as to what their true intentions are. They have no interest in speaking to the community, let alone listen to us. They have no interest in what the community wants, and you can see that from the minutes from the public meeting they held. Are you going to let this developer use our town while they blatantly ignore our residents, while they ignore your neighbors?
Are you going to allow this developer to manipulate the ordinance to maximize their profits at the expense of the pride, value, and honor of the people in and around Rolesville? I know, I hear commissioners using phrases "grow responsibly" a lot. We'll see and hear that a lot as this year's election approaches. Is this developer bringing responsible growth? We all make mistakes. The Mitchell Mill project, now being called the Preserves at Mitchell Mill to the south, was a mistake. If you take one step forward and find yourself in quicksand, do you take the second step just because you already took the first? Approving this developer's rezoning request is no different than taking that second step. Don't make that second mistake. Figure out who you're going to listen to, who is going to be heard.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for public speaking.
You know, I would say also to the board, please take a moment and look at the recording from that again.
State your name for the record,
Hi,
please.
my name is Yolanda Taylor. My business address is 200 East Young Street, Rolesville, North Carolina. I'm the newest attorney in town at the Rolesville Chamber of Commerce. Not only am I an attorney, I am on the Wake County Affordable Housing Advisory Board. I'm also a fair housing attorney. I do policy work in affordable housing and land use and equity. And today I'm speaking, I thought just on behalf of Jonesville, but I think I need to speak on behalf of everyone I've heard here today.
I was about to ask you that. Can you help
So
seniors?
I'm here today to talk about your plan to grow for everyone. I know that the town recently released a RFP for consultants to put together an affordable housing plan. So I'm here to advocate that maybe you should pause development until you get that important affordable housing plan in place. Because once you open the door to development, and I do this work across the state, and I do it down the street in Raleigh, and I advocate in Raleigh for affordable housing, because once you open that door to development and you don't have your land use policies or updated UDO or the affordable housing plan in process, then you're basically making decisions without important policies to guide you. So we know that the area median income in this area is currently $92,210 annually. We know that people who are moving to this area are making way more than the people who currently live here. So when I hear seniors speak up and talk about them being evicted, when I see people in Jonesville who are concerned about development, and development may come after y'all first, or whomever first, but in the end, it's coming for all of us. So that's why it's important that we get these policies in place so that we can grow for everyone. I'm also a board member. Chief Simmons used to be on our board. Nice to see you. I'm also a board member at Rolesville Charter Academy, a founding board member of that school. I had a teacher tell me that he was leaving our school because he could no longer afford his rent. His rent went up from $1,600 a month to $2,000 a month. We know we have police officers, firefighters, teachers, everyday citizens, who cannot afford the cost of housing. So again, I'm here to advocate for everyone I've heard speak up in this room, even the people who are concerned about trees, because we do want to create, an ecosystem of people and an environment where we all can thrive and prosper. So I'll leave with you what I've learned in my work is that housing sits at a system or the heart of a system of multiple institutions that reproduce outcomes. Those outcomes, I heard the senior said, it might be legal, but it's not moral. And we know as lawyers, I'm looking at the town attorney, everyone else, we have to follow the law, but we have an opportunity to create policy through our affordable housing policies and any other policies that are just, so that we can grow for everyone here. And that's what I'm asking. Maybe we should take a pause until we get these important policies in place so that we can be a city where not just welcoming newcomers and an increased tax base, but that we can maintain the safety that I've heard. The crime rate in Raleigh has increased. The homelessness has increased. It's a crisis now. They don't know what to do about it. So those are things that we and other surrounding communities like Zebulon, Wendell, even Wake Forest, that we really need to consider. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Can you
Thank you,
tell me your
Yolanda.
last name again? I got the first one, Miss Yolanda. Taylor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yolanda, for that.
Okay, now for new business, first item, legislative hearing, LDO TA 2201, residential care, independent and living facility. This is a text amendment request. I see Michael coming up. So Mike, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Quick mic check. Sounds like it's on. Okay. All right. Text Amendment 2201 is an applicant requested text amendment to the LDO, Sections 512J and 313B for residential care facilities. This application is seeking to expand the descriptions of the current 3 varieties of residential care facilities that are described in Section 5.1.2.J. It amends the calculation for the density of residential care facility rooming units and amends the maximum height permitted for a residential care facility building only in the R8 zoning.
Can you speak up? Yeah, it's
Sure.
hard to hear you.
Sure. In the R8 zoning district. The next few slides are, oh, thank you. There it goes. Okay. Red is good. Okay. Apologies for that. The next few slides are the strike-through or red-line versions of the LDO, reflecting the requested changes to this. And we can certainly come back to these just to show you where the changes are proposed. The summation of the request is that staff does support this. It does further define the residential care facility use where it was insufficient as to its specificity to the 3 different kinds of residential care facilities. It also clarifies the density, which was just we believe, a word omission there, per acre. And then it does contemplate a taller building than the current standard of 35 foot, which is the same standard held for single-family homes, for instance, with the caveat that it would have to be a sprinklered building. You can go back to the language if you like and go through this. The applicant does have a similar presentation ready to share for you, and it may be beneficial to hear the applicant's requests as well, and then ask questions of both staff and the applicant. If you would like to move to the applicant's presentation.
Yeah, unless there's any questions right now for Mike.
No.
Yeah.
It's after the application.
Okay, let's do that.
Sure. I'll turn this over to Matthew Carpenter. Let's get the red. Appreciate it. Go to the start here.
So good evening, Mayor Curran and members of the board. I'm Matthew Carpenter with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street, and I'm here tonight on behalf of Arden Active Adult Living. And also with me tonight is Jim Lindsay with Arden. And we're excited tonight to present to you an active adult living, age-restricted senior housing complex that hopefully will help bring a new housing type to Rolesville and allow some of the aging residents to remain in the community. And so we appreciate the board's time tonight, and I think it makes sense if the board's amenable to hear the text change and the rezoning request together, and then hold your votes on both until after the presentation, if that makes sense.
What do you think?
That's fine.
Sounds efficient.
At the end of the day, it's the board's decision. The critical thing to keep in mind is that this is not a text change for this project. It's a text change that will apply to every parcel in town if and when it's ever zoned appropriately.
So how do we get in front of something like that? We don't. Once it's changed, it's like you said, for everything. And that's where I always find a problem at, because one size shoe doesn't always fit the next.
Correct. So the way this town normally adopts changes to its text amendment, to its UDO or to its town code, is to consider the public policy considerations for that particular text change. Is this an improvement to the law of this town? That's the question. It is not linked to a particular development, although it may at sometimes be helpful to see how this change could, in a particular circumstance, come to change the development on a particular site. But at the end of the day, the question is, does this text change improve the law of the town of Rolesville?
But I feel like we used to use special use permits to prevent that. And now we're using text changes, which applies to any and everything that could come in the future. So it's almost like, am I correct on the special use? I feel like that's
It's
what
hard
we used to do more of.
I cannot recall a circumstance that occurred like that. A special use permit quite often would restrict something that an applicant could otherwise have done under the zoning they were requesting. So it was a constraint. We now do that with conditional zoning. So special use permits, as how we used to use them quite a bit, have been largely replaced by conditional zoning. Text change is something entirely different. This is a circumstance where either the town, members of the public, property owner believes there's a problem with the UDO or a problem with the town code, and they would like to see it fixed. They've come up with an idea to improve the town code that would improve the law.
But if you don't know the future, how can you make a text change that applies to everything coming in the future? To me, there feels like there's a gap. There's a gap somewhere in the policy. Because if they're coming forward with this, to me, that shouldn't just blanket everybody that comes forward. Something changed from the UDO to the LDO, because it wasn't like that before. At least I don't remember it being that way before. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't think you're wrong. I think what you're seeing is far more development activity. You're seeing the sort of complex plans that previously were happening in other communities, and now you're starting to see it. You're seeing those who are property owners or those who have an interest in property who take a look at the law the way it is now in our town and say, my product, my thing that I want to do doesn't fit your law. So I either need to conform to your law or I get your law to change. At the end of the day, that's what every text amendment proposal is about.
But how do we do that so that it doesn't come back?
And Commissioner Medley, if it helps, we will also address in our presentation how the text change applies, not just to our case, but to other projects and how it will operate in general. So, we're not just saying we need this for our project and then approve it.
I fully understand
Thanks,
that.
Matthew.
Yeah.
Hold that thought.
Yep.
I fully understand that, and that's the concern.
So at the end of the day, your text change can be drafted in any way that seems appropriate. In this particular case, it may not apply in all zoning districts. It may only apply to certain kinds of developments that are over a certain size or acreage. It could only apply to areas in the south part of town. You can imagine 1,000 different ways that a text change could be limited in scope so as to only affect those areas where we find our current law lacking. At the same time, if the board determines that the UDO as written is the way the board and the town want it to be, then the answer is we're not interested in that change, and we hope you go forward with a project or a plan that fits the way it's currently drafted. That's, at the end of the day, what every text change proposal is about.
Okay, so when you say this is pertaining to convalescent care facilities, independent living facilities, assisted living facilities, right? So it's defining.
It's about definitions.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But it always seems like, and maybe this is just me, that some developer finds a way to, I'm not talking about you, to twist it a little bit to make it work for their project. And then how do you back out of that without the threat of legal action?
In all my experience, I have found that every property owner looks to twist, you said, every municipal ordinance in whatever way best treats his or her particular property. And that's true whether it's a developer, it's true whether it's me, and I decide I really would like to have that gazebo in my backyard. That's just the way. I think we had a fire pit issue at one point. There's always going to be those cases. Is a fire pit in your backyard a good idea or is it a bad idea? That's at the end of the day, the kind of tough questions that come to the board, and they get addressed in our UDO.
Okay, so my last question is, so how do we make this so that it only pertains to this project? And you may have kind of said that, and I was just trying to take notes. How does it apply to just this project? And again, you may have said it, but I was just trying to take in what Commissioner Sutton was asking, what you were answering.
I'm not in a position to recommend that yet, as I haven't heard it.
Okay, all right, that was my last question.
But I suspect that the pitch you're going to hear is that this is an improvement to your UDO. This is a public policy choice, not a private decision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think the request was to combine two public hearings. Is that what was the request?
That's correct.
You have
We're okay
objection?
either way. I mean, whatever makes sense to the board.
Yeah, you have objection to that?
I'm taking my opinion back. I said yes first, so I want to take it back off the table, so.
So you have objection to that?
There isn't. The issue is if you combine both public hearings together and then have two separate votes, the issue to remember is that the impact of the text amendment will be for the town, and the impact of the rezoning will solely be for this particular parcel.
So, rest of the board, any objections to hearing them together, or you want them separate?
I'd rather hear them separate at this point.
Whatever the majority, I'm good. As long as we hear it is the point for me.
Separate?
Yeah, I'd rather hear them together, but I just need it, because I'd rather see an example of it in action, but it's up to the board. Yeah.
So it sounds like separate is the wishes of the board.
Yeah, separate? Okay. All right, let's do it separate. So
Okay.
do a good job at presenting the need,
Okay, well, I wanted to give.
I'm gonna go ahead and open this one up then.
Okay.
So I'm opening up legislative hearing, LDO, text amendment 2201.
I'd like Jim to introduce himself briefly and tell you a little bit about Arden, and then I'll talk about the, exact language in the text change and how it will work.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, and again, my name is Jim Lindsay. I'm with Arden Senior Living. And I'll give a brief history of kind of who we are, and also I think it might be helpful to why the text amendment in particular for this site. Matt will get into why or how the text amendment will be limited to this site, so I'll let him cover that. But in terms of why the text amendment is a good thing for the town and enables us to bring our product to the town. I'll lead off into that right now. So Arden was really started to expand access to senior housing by really changing the definition of the entry point of senior living. So senior living really traditionally starts with independent living, and it kind of moves on to assisted living and memory care and skilled nursing as you move along what's called the continuum of care. But the entry point is independent living, and there's a lot of really good benefits to independent living. In our mind, the best benefit is really that socialization aspect, to have people of the same peer set be able to live next to each other. A lot of folks at that age live alone, so this is a really, independent living can be a great alternative to living alone. You're in a building, you have your own room, your own unit, but you're gonna have this ability to socialize with other folks of the same age, and then there's programming and different things you can do, like happy hours and different ways to socialize and meet people and form a true connection that you wouldn't be able to get in an apartment building if you were, let's say, 71, 72 years old. You might know your neighbor, you might wave at them while they're walking their dog. It's like a 30-year-old neighbor or something, but are you gonna get that true connection as you would with other people in your peer set? Maybe not. So that's a lot of benefits to independent living. The issue with independent living is that it can be very, very expensive. In Rolesville, the independent living options would be around $3,500 to $4,000 a month. And the reason it's so expensive is because you have to opt into meal service. You have to opt into to a little bit increased services for concierge type services and transportation. There's no opting out of that. And so you have to buy the whole package, and that can be extremely expensive and create a barrier to folks that just want to live, amongst their peer set and get the benefits of that socialization. So that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to redefine that entry point to senior living, redefine independent living. And when we looked at the code, there isn't an ability to bring that new type of senior living and really which was what we're calling active adult living, and it's the Arden brand. You can't do that in the current code, and so that's why we're here today, and we'll talk more about how that works from a logistics standpoint. But the point is to really lower the barrier to entry and expand the continuum of care in Rolesville, keep seniors in Rolesville.
Thanks, Jim. And so,
Before you start, can I address the question to Jim real quick?
Yeah.
So you threw out that $3,500 to $4,000, and a lot of times we hear people come and bring dollar amounts one day, and then what's your projection? And I know you can't control the market, so my concern is, what are you thinking in the price range, unless I completely spaced that, sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, for us, we would be trying to keep it really in line with what would cost like apartment living. So just under $2,000 is sort of an average between, and that's an average between 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms. So 1 bedroom would be maybe $1,500. The $3,500 mark is, or metric I put out there, that's the independent living, that's the full suite of services. So yeah, I mean, what will inflation do to pricing of living? It might go up. If it goes up for us, it'll also go up for independent living, and probably even more so because they have food costs and all kinds of other costs they're going to be going up too. Gotcha.
Thank you.
and so I think it helps to kind of explain how we realized that the text change to the LDO was needed. And so part of Arden's model is that they provide a lot of those services a la carte. And so, residents don't have to pay for every single service all the time. And so it allows them to kind of target their spending towards their needs at the time. For example, if someone's 60 and they still like to cook a lot, they might not need a full meal plan. Whereas if they, say they're older and they don't have a lot of family and they don't like to cook, they might want to opt into the meal plan every day. And so what Arden has found kind of in other areas where they've developed these types of projects too, not just Rolesville, is that a lot of the existing senior housing definitions that are in development codes are kind of behind. And they're not behind because they're bad, they just haven't evolved with the kind of new market. And so I think that's what really makes this text change different from a lot of other text changes that you've heard. Is we're not saying, we don't want to follow your LDO regulations, we need a text change. What we're saying is your definition here doesn't discuss what we want to do, and so we want to supplement it to improve the definition of senior housing in Rolesville, which will help as more projects come in. And so what we found when we looked at the LDO was that there was a residential care category for a use, but that use mentioned convalescent care facilities and assisted living facilities, but did not clearly define either one of those categories. So what we worked with Meredith and Mike to do was to clearly define those subcategories of residential care. And so if you look at the text change in your packet, you've got assisted living facilities, which are what you think about as your typical nursing home with more 24-hour medical care, really heavy with terms of medical services, meal plan, full-time care. And so that's kind of on the end of the continuum of care. And then under that, you have convalescent care facilities, which are more temporary type care for folks who are getting out of the hospital and need rehab, but aren't going to stay there permanently. And then the third category that we were proposing to add that's on your screen here is independent living facilities, and that's what this project is about. And as Jim described, that's a product for seniors who are generally younger than the demographic that's going to use the assisted living facilities, but they're maybe ready to get out of their single-family house. They don't want to keep up with the maintenance anymore, and they want a sense of community. And so that's what Arden and other independent living facilities, as we define them, are trying to do. They're trying to create an active adult living community where seniors have access to amenities, meals how they need them. There are things like, fitness centers and classes that folks can take. And so we've tried to be as narrow as we possibly can in the text change so that we add these definitions, but don't just open up the door to anything. And so I think more than anything, it'll clear up some confusion if someone comes and says, I've got this senior housing use, but it doesn't fit into these definitions. Well, now there will be definitions to determine what category they're in and what rules apply. And so another part of this text change is the building height. And we're asking for an increase just for residential care uses to 60 feet. And that's only allowed with the installation of sprinklers and with conditional zoning. And so I think to Commissioner Medley's concern, how do we keep just everyone from coming in and doing this and getting in some loophole? Well, that's how, is that the only way to get this extra height is through a rezoning request. So that gives you all complete control over projects that are taller than 35 feet. And so if a case comes forward and you feel like it doesn't have the benefits, that are needed to justify the height and the other approvals, then you can turn down that request. And so the goal there was to give you all the control. And we did notice that, and I think it mentions it in the staff report, that no other district, residential district in Rolesville allows over 35 feet. And so I think there's some discussion in the staff report about, well, is that really appropriate for all these different types of uses? Maybe it makes more sense for some uses to be taller and other uses to be lower. And I think this is an example of that, where to get some of the efficiencies you need to keep costs down for an active adult living building, you really need about 4 stories. And if you go lower than that, say to 3 stories, for example, then it raises the cost quite a bit, and so it becomes difficult to operate. And so that's the reasoning behind the height that we're asking for. This is our plan, but I'll discuss that more during the rezoning portion. But really, when we're talking about the text change and whether it's in line with what the town wants in terms of policy, I think it's important to look at the Main Street vision goals of the town. And one of those goals is really to promote additional housing for seniors and retirees. And so what this text change will do is it will allow for more of those projects. I think many of them will still need a rezoning because residential care is not permitted in every single district, but it at least offers the framework for these different types of senior housing projects to come in. And so that's our justification, and we do think that this is an addition to the LDO rather than just trying to get around any specific provisions. The alternative was that we could have filed and asked for a multifamily designation, but we really feel like that was kind of clumsy because it doesn't describe the use. This isn't multifamily. It's not just regular non-age restricted housing. It has amenities that are specifically tailored to the needs of this demographic. And so for those reasons, we feel the text change is in line with the town's policies and long-range plans, and we respectfully ask for approval and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, board, any questions?
So that's strictly for, by definition, convalescent nursing. I'm sorry, I'm not on the page with all the definitions. Assisted living.
Correct.
And then to the town attorney to confirm that it would still be by choice if someone else brought a similar project and were requesting, as an example, the increase in the height of the building.
So in the district, residential high district would be a 35-foot maximum. If, however, someone were to seek a conditional zoning to rezone to RHCZ, and they were in the residential care category, they could then go up to 60 feet. I don't know that the sprinkler condition adds anything, as that would be required, I think, under the building code anyway.
That was suggested by staff.
But that's just required for new construction. But yes, so it is broader than the proposed new use, but it is limited to residential care in the RH district.
But it would need to be conditional, so it would have to come back.
Yes, so it would be RH, residential care, under a rezoning case that came in under the conditional zoning process. You asked how they were going to limit it down. There's your answer.
Well, RH residential care, sorry, what was the last part of that?
It would have to happen as part of a rezoning under the conditional zoning, and the use would have to be one of the three newly defined residential care uses, and it would be in the RH district only. I said them in a different order that time, I'm sorry.
You did, but that's okay. I got the one I was missing. Just a little quick question. You were saying that it's going to be too expensive to build anything lower than that? What does that mean?
Yeah. Jim, do you want to talk about that?
I mean, it would be, it's not the cost of the building, because obviously you have less floors. It's the cost of operating it. So when you go down to 3 stories, 2 stories, it suddenly becomes really a luxury building at that point. And that's actually a part that I left out from my initial background on our companies. What we're trying to do is solve for what's called the missing middle. And when you have, there's basically a barbell that exists in senior housing, where you have on the low end, there's affordable housing, and that's provided for by government subsidies. And so there's a path to building that type of housing. On the high end, there's luxury, and that is typically, pretty easy to make the numbers work, assuming you want to build that. There's enough, the rents are high enough to be able to build luxury. What we're trying to do is be in the middle of that, and so it's a private pay. It's not government subsidized. It's not luxury. It's right in the middle, and the idea is to be able to provide for folks that are making too much to qualify for the affordable requirements, not making enough to afford a luxury product. And so in order to do that, you have to, there's certain things. I mean, one of the things we're doing is we're specializing this product. We're building, we have a building that we build. We know how to build. We build it over and over, so we keep the cost down. But we're also getting efficiencies from the number of units and by doing that, by having the height, we're able to, it's not like a massive building, but it's that helps create a better efficient operating environment.
Costs are fixed, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
basically, you can get more units in it, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's okay.
Correct, to an extent, yeah.
For the price.
Because the thing is, this building is different than a multifamily building. All the units have interior corridors. So you don't have to leave you don't have to leave the building to when you exit your unit, you can go to the common area, you can go to the amenities, you're always inside. And there's a huge sort of safety and security element that occurs from that, but also as you're older, you don't want to be necessarily exposed to the elements. So this is a different building than a multifamily building or regular apartment. And there's a cost to that, to be able to have everything inside. And so that's one of the ways we mitigate that by the height helps bring the cost down, but the purpose-driven senior elements bring the cost up. So we're trying to kind of balance that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Sheila, any questions? No questions. Bob? I think someone mentioned we don't have 4 stories in our LDO. Did someone mention that or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Mhm.
Which we do.
Well, in residential districts, in some of the
Yep.
mixed use, I believe you
right.
do go up.
In market-based apartments, some of them we do.
Right.
Not all of them, but we do. So, this is not a first-time thing that would be in town. It's the first time for senior citizens, I guess.
Mayor Kern and board, excuse me. I do appreciate you guys coming to give us a presentation and talk about the missing seniors. But right now, after hearing everything tonight, we got to look at what's in front of us, which is our seniors here. What some of the seniors did not say was that some of them came up to me a couple weeks ago crying about their rent increasing. So to forget about the forgetting middle, I have to think about what's in front of us. And we have to solve that problem. And with now, I'm learning that we have an affordable policy that needs to be in place to help protect our seniors, as well as, where's the young lady, the attorney? How long will it take to put affordable policies in place?
That's not really,
Ours
that's,
is about a 9-month.
Yeah.
Once we approve
For Rolesville.
whoever's going to do it, it's probably about 9 months.
Because our seniors gonna need a place to stay, and some of them rent will increase, and we need to try to fight that battle. So by changing the tax amendment to allow $1,500 to $2,000, which is more than what they can afford now, as well as the $35,000 to $4,000, I think we need to take a look at that. Just a comment.
just so you know that the housing over there is not middle income.
No, it is HUD.
It's not really HUD, it's tiered. So it's based on income. Theirs is something different in a
Let's
sense.
stick with this one.
So yeah, this is something, I get what you're saying 100%, but theirs is, but their concept is a little different. But I fully understand what you're saying, Dan. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm just looking at seniors as a whole.
So was it, you got a motion in there or anything?
No, I just had a comment stated.
But I just want to clarify to Dan's point real quick. The 3,500 to 4,000, I think they were saying is more like luxury, like you get everything, like the dorm. I think of it as college dorm, where freshmen go on campus, you got to get the meal plan, everything, if you don't want it. And they're saying that they're trying to come under that. So this is not what they're trying to do. Am I correct in saying that?
That's exactly right.
Okay. I just want to clarify.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions, discussions?
Mayor Kern, but one note, the text change would apply to all of those residential care uses, not just independent living. The applicant has not asked to limit it to independent living. So the height would go to 60 for convalescent and for
Assisted living.
assisted living.
Yeah,
There you go.
it covers all 55 over type.
So
senior citizen type.
all 55
And that's,
categories would go to 60 feet, which is not necessarily 4 stories.
yeah.
But you know one thing that I noticed? You said age 50, at least one person has to be 55, correct?
Oh,
But what if the other people are under 55?
There's a limit to how many on the exceptions. We typically never really see that. If there's we would have policies where you can, if somebody's under 55, they'd have to be like a caregiver. But typically, we don't really come in that problem.
But we're in a different type of market now, so you may see a lot of things you didn't see in the past.
I mean, it has to be like a legitimate caregiver. It's not going to be, yeah, so that'd be part of our policies, and that's what we implement.
Move to approve TA 22-01, applicant initiated FC Rolesville
Public
LLC. What?
Public hearing?
Oh.
Do what?
Public hearing?
I've been hearing that.
Yeah.
We didn't.
Any other questions for,
No, sir.
where is Meredith at, or was it Michael that started this off? Okay, Michael. Any closing comments on the text? We're talking about the text amendment now.
Correct. Just the text amendment is before you at this moment. No further comments.
So I want to go back to Dave's point that he made with the 60 feet. And so I was thinking in my head, 4 stories. But can we not say that? Can we not say that it's 4 stories?
Max is at 4 stories?
Right.
I'll leave that to Michael.
The LDO does not define height in stories. It defines height only in feet.
But can we?
If you wish to change the LDO, absolutely.
Because I think that makes sense unless the board is okay with it being 6 stories. I don't know if you're saying 60 feet can be more than 4 stories. I just want to make sure that we're understanding what we are considering.
At the time the new LDO was adopted, the form concept was something that was attractive to the town. So the concept was, we don't care how many stories you squeeze in there, just don't make it so it looks taller than this.
Okay, so it could in essence be, I'm just throwing out a number, 6 stories. Is this board good with that? I'm asking the board.
I don't know that I actually am,
I don't know if it could be 6.
because that's 10 foot.
Practically, it probably could not, given the way we measure height, but it could be 5, perhaps.
5.
I would be hard pressed to believe that. I mean, because this is to the roof. This is midway up the roof line. I mean, that's going to incorporate, there's gaps between the floors. It's not just, you have 10-foot ceilings, but then you have gaps.
Right, okay,
You're not
5.
gonna be able to-
I'm just throwing it out here for thought.
Why don't we say 60 foot in parentheses, 4 stories max?
Yeah.
Can we do that?
Yeah, we're fine.
Can we do that, Dave?
This board can do anything it desires.
Right there, just to move on with this thing, we'll say 60 foot in parentheses, 4-story max.
Not to exceed 4 stories. Okay.
Does that require the LDO to be changed, or is that a part of the conditional zoning?
Well,
That'd be part of the text amendment.
Right. We could change this on the screen. That changes the LDO through the
Okay.
text amendment process. Then it's for everybody
All right,
down the
so
road.
let's do it.
It's 4 stories tall.
All right, thank you.
So the text amendment as written does not have that slight addition, so should there be a motion, you could add that as a, with the
Be part of that.
additional text language of.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Michael? All right. Was it Paul? Say something?
You still need public comment.
Public hearing.
We need to open a public hearing, hear from those for and against the text amendment.
Yeah, so we ready to move on? We'll close the public hearing then? Close the public hearing, and if there's any other discussion, we'll have it, and I'll entertain a motion.
Does the public get to comment?
Yeah, public comment.
For and against?
Oh, yeah, that's
That
true.
sounds like something went wrong there.
All right. Is it anybody here to speak for or against this text? Now, this is the text amendment. In other words, you're not speaking for development or anything else, but just for the text amendment. Is anybody here to speak for or against the text amendment? Any reason why you wouldn't want the text amendment, or you do support the text amendment?
Just heard 4 people get up there and tell you what's going on with the older people, and our senior citizens. And they can't afford what they're in now. These cats are over there, bumping. I mean, and everyone in here is begging that y'all take that into consideration before you make a vote to give these guys the freedom to write and do anything they want to, because once it's built and they got the money in their pocket, they gone, they ain't coming back to it. And so I'm just thinking that I don't know whether you call it tabling or whatever, I don't know what I'm talking about really, but I think that there needs to be some more consideration before anything is voted on to change these ordinances. And we've got to build, like I said, we've got buildings up here on Main Street that are over 50 foot high. Why is that such a problem that the whole world's got to change? But when we have older adults that sat over here, 10 or 12 ladies sat over here, almost in tears, saying that they need help. And now we're talking, it's gonna go to $2,000 and $3,500, $4,000. I mean, my goodness. Let's just go and let everybody build a $600,000 house where the payments are $4,800 a month. I'm sorry, guys, it just doesn't make sense.
That's okay.
He's
Thank
gotta
you,
come to the
Mr.
council.
Underhill. Can you give the clerk your name and address?
I'm sorry, I'm Archie Underhill, I live on Mitchell Mill Road.
Thank you, Mr. Underhill.
I think mine's already over here, but I mean, y'all still looking to do subdivisions over there with 7,400 cars running down the road, and we'll add 1,500 more cars. And
Yeah.
I ain't figured out how you're gonna do roads yet.
I think yours is coming up, so thank you. Mhm. Yeah. It's next on the agenda. Anybody else got anything they want to speak on this one? On the text amendment now, make sure you're speaking on the text amendment. Come up.
We're getting it conflated.
I guess, is this not something that we could just go to like the Board of Adjustment and have like an exception
An exception to what?
for the building height, for the text amendment?
Can I take that?
Thank you. Yeah, I answered the question.
I believe the speaker is asking whether this is a case where the applicant could have gone to the Board of Adjustment and requested a variance from our UDO. If the facts were right, the answer is yes. However, with a variance, you are looking for relief from a requirement of the ordinance that is particular to your property, and there are a number of other circumstances where if the variance were not granted, an injustice would be done to the property owner. This is more of a public policy question regarding the height of buildings and the definition of different kinds of age-restricted uses.
Thank you. Margaret, did you state your name and address?
Oh, I'm sorry, Margaret Watkins, 407 Belmont Court.
Okay. Thank you, Margaret. Appreciate it. Anybody else for this text amendment? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing this time for good, and I will turn it over to the board for any kind of discussion or consideration.
I just want to be clear about, because I feel like some issues are getting conflated. So we talked about affordable housing. We talked about affordable housing policy. I know the numbers, and it's very easy to see a picture and hear a number, and that sticks in our head. I heard 3,500 to 4,000. I even questioned it. Again, that's the high end. That's not what they're trying to do. So 1,500 to 2,000 is more affordable, but I think there's some conflation with affordable housing for seniors. That is the issue we're going to work on politically to see what we can move. So that is different than what's being proposed here, which is, I'm going to mess up the words, residential care facility is what we're focused on right now, not just the affordable housing for the Grand's apartment that we're going to try to move politically how we can. So I just want to make sure we're not conflating the issue. And this is going to help our diversity in housing because rents are way higher than that, trust me, for just a single family, even a townhome. So we're trying to get this diversity of housing, and our affordable housing plan that will come along within the next year will help us move that in a better way. But this is going to be a help to our community, not a hindrance. So I just don't want us to conflate those two issues because I hear all of this stuff all being rolled into one. That's why I asked the developer about, are we talking about the 3,500 to 4,000? Give me a number. And that's when he said more like apartment rents, and it sounds like more like market rate apartment rents. So I just want to make sure we're clear. That's all.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, I entertain a motion.
Yeah, I also want to chime in on that as well. Like you said, it feels like it's a missing part we're missing right now. It's something we don't have in Rolesville right now. We don't offer it. There's people that we need to have something for everyone. So if there's this missing part we're missing, I feel like it's in our best interest to look at the text amendment, make sure we do right by what we can offer in Rolesville. So on that, I will move to approve TA 22-01, applicant initiated FC Rolesville LLC text amendments to LEO sections 5.1.2.j and 3.1.3b with the addition of a 4-story max to the height.
And a second.
Okay, I've got a motion, a second. Is there any other discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No opposed? Motion carries. Got that, Madam Clerk? Okay, next item, I tell you what, we're going to take a recess. We've been going an hour and 45 minutes. So let's recess until, let's say 8:55 on my clock here. So we're in recess to 8:55. Thank you. I think I've taken too much.
the connection.
Thing back
It's
there.
like shaky. Like you bump it the wrong way.
All right. Okay, we're back in session. We're on new business, item number 2, legislative hearing for annexation 22-09 and a map amendment 22-10, which is 4724 Burlington Mills Road.
Yes.
So I
Good
see
evening.
you up there, Mike. You ready to go, ain't you?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor, members of the commission. This is map amendment 2210 and ANX 2209 at 4724 Burlington Mills, project generally known as Arden, which you just heard some from in the last case. Before we get into that, I want to do a little staff disclosure here. The sign posting, which is a requirement of state law 160D, the text on there that staff put on there, myself, the case number and the case name, I put the wrong sign on the wrong property. So the properties were publicly and properly noticed for this public hearing. The sign says public hearing, all the required information. The extra is that town staff puts the name of the application and those ANX and MA numbers, for instance. So I just wanted to get that out there, full disclosure, should somebody have seen that and said, the property on Mitchell Mill is not addressed as 4724 Burlington Mills and vice versa. Okay, so town attorney has reviewed this and I'll let him quickly touch on this.
The law doesn't require that the case number be included on the sign, and it's hard to imagine that someone would see the sign and be interested enough to seek the website and not know where they were in town at the time. So it's unlikely that anyone would be confused, although they could have been annoyed that they had to click one case down in the list. Based upon that, unless the board is concerned regarding the appearance of this, I don't think there's a legal reason this case can't continue. Otherwise, the board could instruct the staff to renotice this and put it on your next meeting. But I don't think you legally have to do that.
I think I missed something in my hearing. So the wrong case number or the wrong address?
Well, address, the
For
Mitchell
both.
Mill property really does not have an address. There's 4 tracts of land.
Okay.
Some of them don't even have addresses. The 4724 Burlington Mill property is one single tract that has an address. So that project, which you're about to hear, has been generally called 4724 Burlington Mill.
Gotcha.
The property and the project on Mitchell Mill has been referred to as the Hills at Harris Creek. That's the applicant's chosen name of the project. So those are the go-by names used. But again, the name nor the application case numbers are not required to go on the signs. They're a courtesy to give a little more information to the viewer as to what they're looking at. And then when they call the number or go to the town website, they have a little bit more to start, independently searching should they wish to do that searching, or to, when they get a staff person, ask, I saw the sign for MA XYZ, but that is not something that's compulsory under state laws, Mr. Neal
But you
said.
know what's really messed up about that is the fact that there are 3 different properties, 3 different developments. I have to write them down. Okay, so we have the Hills at Harris Creek, right?
Yes,
Is it Harris Creek Farm?
correct.
And I feel like there's a third one.
There's one that's been approved for rezoning in that neck of the woods called 5109 Mitchell Mill.
All right, so I'm just gonna say, just by the virtue of Harris everything.
Yes.
that causes confusion. So then when you have the sign up there, that just adds to the confusion.
So we need to put it back
I get
out.
it was an innocent mistake. I'm not, I'm not pointing no fingers at you. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, it's, whatever.
So we just need to put the information back out. Dave, can you repeat what you said earlier?
Sure. So the statute does not require that the case number be included on the notice. It requires that notice of the hearing, that an upcoming zoning hearing is going to occur, and the place and time where that's going to be. So that is correct on both sides. What is incorrect is the identifying information. If you click to the website, you're going to, if you go to that, you're going to see the case that, you're going to see a picture of a site that isn't where you saw the sign. It's going to be flipped, the 2 cases that we have tonight.
Okay.
They're just going to be in the wrong order.
Correct.
So this does not appear to create a legal problem. However, if the board determined that it would be better to have this corrected. The board could move this back one cycle and hear it in the future after it's been reposted in the proper way. But I don't believe there's a legal requirement to do so.
Yes, and that what I would like to do, so that way there's no confusion to the public and also the website. I'm sorry, my voice is cracking up.
I'm confused. I thought our next, am I confused? Is our next case ANX 2209?
What's my hills?
Yes or no?
The sign said,
No, I'm asking on this
Yes.
agenda. Is that our next case?
Yes.
So the Hills at Harris Creek is after that, number 4. Am I mixing
The
something?
words on the sign was wrong.
I understand that, but we're talking about Hills at Harris, okay, never mind.
We're on agenda item F2.
Okay, I'm just making sure we're on 2.
We on 2, but the sign was put up wrong.
It's going to be the same problem for F2 and F4?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yep.
So F2 is F4 and F4 is F2.
So the public was notified that there was a public hearing, period. Am I correct today?
Yes. State law also requires.
So whether you knew the number or not, you knew there was a public hearing
Yes, ma'am.
about that location.
That-
So is
yes.
that proper notice legally?
Legally, this is sufficient notice. However, as you noted, it could have created confusion, and that's in the judgment of the board.
Yes.
But the only issue I would see with that is if somebody goes out there and messes with that sign and changes it every time, they don't want to see this go through.
Just gave them an idea.
I'm just saying, that could happen. So if we're legally bound to
Thanks for
do,
the idea. Do what you just did.
Staff takes pictures after we post it, date stamped for those reasons.
I will tell you very quickly that that has been tried, and because of that, the General Assembly amended the statute and said, once it's posted, good enough.
Gotcha. I think we're good.
Did we good?
You good?
yeah, I'm good with it.
I just want to correct it. Let's make sure it's right for the public.
As long as we knew we're talking about 4724 Burlington Mills Road. Can you say, yes, that's what everybody knew, it was 4724 Burlington Mills?
Those who were required to receive a notification letter got a letter that stated the right case, the right property, the date, the time, location, yes. The sign that was placed on the property inadvertently, in the extra text at the bottom, said Hills at Harris Creek, and it's REZ and ANX numbers.
Gotcha. Thank you for clarifying for my foggy brain. Appreciate it. It's like somebody's raising their hand there. Can they say anything?
We don't have a public hearing yet.
Gotcha.
I guess what you just said about people were notified, what is that, the 200 feet?
It's 500 foot now, per the recent text amendment that the board
And
adopted.
this falls under the 500?
Yes.
You're saying no and you're saying yes, which is it?
Oh, you mean the site does? Yeah.
Yes.
But the mail notices were correct, right, Mike?
Yes. Yes.
The mail notices are 500 feet.
Yes.
So what's 200? Did I say that?
The LDO standard used to be 200. State law says adjacent, which is no distance.
And I'm thinking about Monday night.
You should know that real well. That was heartburn for you.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Sounds like we're good.
Okay.
You
So,
good then?
so again, the required letters were sent to property owners within 500 foot. The sign was posted with a public hearing notice sign. It was simply the extra text at the bottom.
My concern is always, this is videotape, so if somebody is watching and trying to understand, I want to clarify so that we make sure we're clear and we're legally doing what we're supposed to do.
Yes, ma'am.
So it has been clarified for my brain, and I appreciate that.
But how long was the sign there?
It went up 2 Fridays ago.
And it's been there and you just found out, like, today?
Today, we got a call that the property, that the sign on Mitchell Mill, one of the taped-on labels with the, as it turns out, incorrect information had come off. The last case numbers that the sign was used for, we reused the signs, was showing. They were curious about those. They sent a picture and it said, how can I find out about this case? It was a case from 3 years ago. That's when I realized, well, that must have come off, or it did, well, we had some weather. It came off. That got me to look at my photos closer to make sure that I hadn't forgotten that. And that's when I realized the names were juxtaposed between the signs. Because the signs are identical, and I put them out on the same date on the wrong properties.
So we don't have to worry, you're saying, Mr. Attorney, of any of this come back on us because we knew it was going to move forward. I don't have a problem moving forward. I just want to hear you say it.
I am not worried about it.
With that, we can do the overview of the staff presentation.
Let the consensus of the board and make sure I understand. Yeah, I see head nod. Okay.
Okay,
All right, we're
thank
going to
you.
put that behind us then.
The overview of this project: property is approximately 11 acres located on the south side of Burlington Mills Road. The current zoning is under the Land Development Ordinance, a general commercial conditional zoning. And one thing to note is that is a translation from when the LDO was adopted. It was another commercial district under the UDO. So it's not that there's a set of conditions or a conditional zoning for the property per se, like we are doing today in modern times under the LDO. It's just the acronym for it. The property has 1,400 feet of frontage on Burlington Mills, much of that being brand new frontage as the Main Street and Lap project comes to fruition in front of it. And of course, there's a voluntary annexation with this, ANX 2209, as this property does sit outside the town limits currently. The comprehensive plans feature a land use map, shows this property as being appropriate for commercial. And so the proposed zoning is for a residential high conditional zoning district, subject to a set of conditions of approval and the concept plan, which has been shown on these slides here. Again, we've already gone through the text amendment associated with the residential care use before there. And then again, the voluntary annexation is running with this map amendment. The RHCZ zoning district, again, here are just some statistics here. In the application, the applicant is asking for a maximum of 164 residential rooming units. By the straight math of the acreage in those units, it is at a density of approximately 15 rooming units per acre. The proposed conditions of approval hit on compliance with the concept plan, the use restricted to only the residential care facility use, and again, those 164 rooming units maximum. That also commits to the greenway connections that have been shown on the concept plan and the TIA road improvements to both the existing and new Burlington Mill roads in this area. The community transportation plan supports this project in that it doesn't call for any changes unto this. Again, the LAP project is making that major change to Burlington Mills Road at the frontage of this property. The Greenway plan does show a greenway coming through the southern area of the site, and the concept plan is showing how they can engineer and provide that linkage from the east to the west. The traffic impact analysis was performed. Here are some of the peak AM and PM numbers: 32 in the AM, 41 in the PM, and a total cumulative trip of 499. The conditions and the staff memo detail the various requirements from the TIA, again, those required improvements or proposed improvements. The consistency of this request is that the RH district and the commercial project of a residential care are consistent with the commercial land use category. This is a commercial project in that sense that it's not owner-occupied properties like a single-family detached or townhomes. The proposed density of 15 rooming units per acre is less than the 24 that is permitted under the LDO section 3.1.3. And footnote here is that that section for the residential care unit or residential care facility use does say that the standard for multifamily dwellings is doubled for the residential care facility. So 12 is the maximum in the RH for multifamily dwellings. So you double that and get that 24 maximum density. So coming in at 15 rooming units per acre is less than that 24 that the code already allows. And it's a commitment to the 15. And the Burlington Mills Road improvements are per the 2021 CTP, as are demonstrated in the concept plan. The Greenway plan is being fulfilled with the shown Greenway connection. Through the TRC review process, there are no further comments. So again, that's all of the major review team members. The TIA is draft pending per some NCDOT final review, and there's a special engineer with the LAP project. The U6241 is the DOT project number for the LAP project. So they're still looking at some proposed changes to that future intersection where this project would have its major intersection. And I will let the applicant and the traffic consultant speak to that a little further in the presentations. So the overall recommendation of staff is approval based on the future land use category compliance, its proposed density, which is committed to far less than the LDO would otherwise permit, the type of land use for this location, given its proximity to an existing middle school, some nearby single-family residential, and a brand new roadway, which will be a very busy road. the infrastructure improvements that this project will bring to the property and to this area, and then the unique situation of the new Burlington Mills creating brand new frontage where this property just a few years ago had no vision for that much road frontage. The Planning Board recommendation on July 24th, they recommended unanimous approval of this to you, the Board of Commissioners. And on screen are your slate of potential motion options. So I will turn it over to the applicant if there's no questions of me at this moment.
Let's see if there's any questions first. Any questions, Mike? Question, board? Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
I open the public hearing. Now you can do your presentation.
Let's see. Good evening again. Matthew Carpenter with Parker Poe. So thanks for bearing with me through the text change. Our presentation will focus now. We can focus specifically on this site and what we're trying to bring to the town and what that looks like. So I think Jim did a good job introducing you to Arden. As he mentioned, their focus is exclusively on active adult living facilities for those 55 and over. And they're specifically marketed and leased, as Jim mentioned, to middle income residents. And so those are folks who make too much to qualify for income restricted government housing, but not enough to pay for these luxury complexes that you see really all over Wake County. And so what Arden noticed, before they kind of started on this type of product, is that was a product that's missing in the market in a lot of areas of the U.S. And it's because it's harder to make work because you don't get the favorable interest rates through government funding for affordable, and you don't get the high rents on the other end for luxury housing. And so the goal is really to fill that need that's in the middle market, and those are folks like retired teachers, law enforcement officers, and nurses. And then the particular site is at 4724 Burlington Mills Road, as Mike mentioned, and it's two parcels that total about 10.5 acres. So you can see the entire site outlined there in red. There's the kind of funky looking triangular piece that you see to the right, and we actually added that parcel later in the process for reasons I'll get into in a moment, and it's part of the parcel shown in yellow. And so that will be recombined into our tract at the next stage of development when we go through site plan review. And so I just wanted to mention that to be very clear about what we're rezoning. It's the area in red and not the area in yellow. And then you can see some of the existing uses around us. To the west, we've got Rolesville Middle School. To the south, we've got the Hampton Point subdivision. And then to the north, we've got Barrington. Also, obviously, to the south, we've got kind of the southeast, we've got the Walbrook project. And that's really part of what made this site so attractive for this type of use, was that it's really conducive to additional residential density here where residents can walk and easily access the shops, restaurants, and other non-residential uses that are at Walbrook. And you can also see just to the right of our tract, this kind of wooded area that's carved out. That's the new Burlington Mills Road right-of-way that's being constructed as part of the LAP grant project. And that's underway now. I drove by it on the way here, and it looks like they're making quick progress. And so, we've had a lot of coordination with that, which I'll get to in a moment. We did have a neighborhood meeting, and we had about 4 people attend, and we had a good discussion on the project. I think residents were pleased to learn that it's a senior project and that it's not for, some more intense commercial uses that would be permitted on the site now. And one gentleman who's actually the only residential lot here at the bottom, he sent us some questions at the, prior to the meeting, and we sent him written responses to those, and he responded that he was happy with the information we provided. So those are in your packet too. And then this slide was just meant to show the 2 different applications. Obviously, this one is our rezoning request to residential high density, and it is a conditional district. So we've got several rezoning conditions that, to Commissioner Medley's point, really limit what we can do on the site. And the goal is to tell you exactly what it's going to be and give you certainty as to what it is. So the first is that development will be in conformance with the concept plan that I'll show you in a moment. The second is that only residential care and accessory uses are permitted. So that goes back to the text change you just approved, that's the only use that we can have on the site. We can't pivot and say, we don't want these to be age restricted anymore because of that zoning condition. And so then the final one is that there's a maximum of 164 units on the site, and that's to give you certainty as well to the density that we're proposing. So this is our concept plan, and it has gone through several iterations based on our changes and staff suggested changes. We've been at this now for almost a year. And so you see in the large building kind of at the center of your screen, that's the main apartment style living building. And that's where there are interior corridor apartment style units with the amenities in that building. And so you can also see some of the amenities to the left. You've got, I think we're showing some pickleball courts, a pool, and there will be a fitness center and a lot of things like that. I know Arden is big on the programming of what goes in, and I think it's important too that Arden keeps and manages their facilities. So this isn't a situation where they're going to build it and then just leave town. I think if you have problems like were discussed earlier, then it'll be with Arden that you can talk about those with. And so by doing that, they really try to build a sense of community in these projects to make sure that there's quality control and that they don't just leave and then things kind of devolve. And so you can see also there are some smaller buildings around the larger apartment building, and those are what we call cottage courts. And the goal for those is to provide a product that is really for people who want to live in this community and have access to the amenities and be around folks of their same age and demographic, but aren't quite ready for full-on apartment style living. And so that's kind of a good transition option. And those buildings have full access to the amenities and all the other programs that go on in the main building. And so then a couple sort of site planning items to mention. You see our driveway here is shown aligning with the Burlington Mills Road extension. And it took a lot of work to make that happen. When we first filed this case, we had the driveway at the north of the site, and that created some difficulties that we discussed with transportation because it's a curve, kind of a blind curve there, and it was going to be hard to create a safe entrance there. So what we did is we met with the folks who are in charge of the LAP project, and we tried to better understand their timing for that project and how it could align with ours. And we eventually made the commitment to move that driveway to align there. So it's really a better access option for everyone. It did require that we, like I mentioned, that we add that sort of triangular piece there. That wasn't part of the case originally. And so we added that to improve our circulation here. A couple other things, the buffer adjacent to the middle school will have a 6-foot wall, I think is the LDO requirement. So there's going to be really a heavy buffer there between the school and our site to kind of keep from having issues with those two sites working together. And then at the bottom of the screen you can see the dashed line. That's the greenway that we'll be constructing that will connect to the sidewalk along the New Burlington Mills Road extension. And so that's consistent with the town's greenway plan, and we worked on that location with staff. And so we, based on all those changes, we really think we've gotten a plan that works, and really, we spend a lot of time working through these various issues and feel like it's in a good place. And then these are images of what the building and some of the amenities might look like. I know it's always good to see a picture when you're sitting and just trying to think about what it would look like. So the top left is an idea of what some of the outdoor amenities might look like. You can see the sidewalk and then some pickleball courts. And kind of the goal is to create sort of a convenient access with the building where residents can kind of free flow from place to place. And then on the top right is what the amenity area could look like. And these are all images taken from Arden's marketing materials. So these are their their images. They're not just, picked from some random site. And on the bottom left is an image of what a unit might look like. They'll have full kitchens with, stoves, refrigerators and the like. And then on the right, the bottom right, you can see sort of what the building entrance will look like. There's a lot of security, as Jim mentioned, that goes into these types of projects. So there is controlled access. Most people coming in are routed to the front door where there's a covered access point for safety, really, and for emergency situations. So.
Is that like the one in Charlotte? Was it Charlotte that you have?
Yeah, there is one outside of Charlotte, right?
Are these the pictures from there, or are these are random pictures?
No, these.
These are renderings of that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the Charlotte one's delivering on February 1st.
Oh, okay.
So right now, you just be construction pictures.
And I noticed this is 4 stories.
Right.
Yeah.
And then these are, sorry, question. Oh. These are pictures of the cottage courts to give you an idea of what those look like. So they're purposely oriented kind of to create a sense of community with the front porches, the street trees, and then the sidewalks. So that's just to give you an image of those. And then going back to the consistency with the long-range plan, and it's not just the regular comprehensive plan. There's a specific policy in the Main Street plan that talks about senior housing along Main Street. And so with this proposal, we're going to be bringing a lot of senior residents to Main Street. Maybe they live in Rolesville already. And a big benefit of senior projects is that they bring people to the area during the day when a lot of other demographics are traveling out of town to go to work or school or somewhere else. They're here and they're spending money and going to local restaurants and patronizing local businesses. And so that's a big benefit. There's also much less of a strain on infrastructure. Generally, I think Jim and Arden have found that seniors drive less. Generally, they have less of an impact on water, sewer facilities because it's sort of we talk about density as a per acre and unit, but there's less people per unit in senior projects because a lot of them, I think Jim has described it as they have 2-bedroom is the most common, but there's typically one person living there, and they have the extra bedroom for kind of extra office space, or if their grandkids come and visit for a short time, or something like that. And so, we've worked hard to bring something to Rolesville that will benefit this specific demographic, and we respectfully ask for your approval. Thank you.
Could you go back to the image?
Yep. This one?
No, keep going back. Yes. You had mentioned a 6-foot fence to do the separation around for the middle school. Is that going to pretty much cover the entire area going to be fenced in? Because you got the bottom left by that stormwater control measure and those trees. So will fencing be along there as well?
Yes, it's an LDO requirement for the buffer for the length of the shared property line.
Just making sure. Okay.
From the back of the property to Burlington Mill?
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. A wall, I believe, right?
Brick wall?
Yeah.
It'll be a actually, I don't know what the LDO exactly says.
Yeah, a type 3 buffer requires a wall within that 25-foot dimension. Plus, there's landscape plantings, lows and highs. So that will be a requirement. So that is if they have 1,400 linear feet of road frontage, they've got more than that of wall to build as well.
Back one more picture.
Yep. Let's see, this one or
Oh, I'm sorry.
here?
No, there was the other one. Okay. Okay, yeah, go back.
Here?
All right, so just out of curiosity, so where the triangle is on the top, between the yellow and the red, there's a road, is that
Here?
going to be, yes.
Yep.
Is that going to be a road that's going straight across Barrington over there?
Right here?
That'll be a road.
No. Yeah, okay, so that road, then if you cross the street, does that have any bearing on your property? Is that a road that's being created right now?
Yeah, it is. That's part of the Main Street LAP grant project that's going on.
So it is going behind the Barrington Housing
No.
No, so this road is already there, and I believe this portion will be shut off, and the manager can correct me if I'm wrong, but this portion will be shut off, and then the connection will be here, and if residents want to go west, they would take a right here and then go north. Yeah.
Are there two entrances to the site? Am I not seeing that right?
No, there's only one entrance, but it's sized per the fire code to be able to handle the whole site.
I just have a question about that again, and it came up with planning, but not for you. So did we ever decide on 2 means of egress, or we just stuck with the 1? Because I thought we went with 2.
That's a Mike question. Might as well stay for Mike.
That happened over on Watkins Farms Road, I guess, where they couldn't get out because we only had that 1.
Michael may have more information. I know it has come up before the board many times in just the years I've been here as to whether the board wished to adopt the fire code provisions regarding fire apparatus roads, but Rolesville has not done that.
I just feel like that conversation, like you said, has come up several times. I'm just at a loss because I feel like we were so sure about it when that incident happened with the electric on Watkins Farms Road.
Yeah, I think, I do recall that, but I think it's more along the lines of my mind is as a neighborhood versus this. I see this more as commercial set up than a neighborhood. I mean, I know there's residential stuff in here, but I'm just saying, like,
So for my comfort, where's the route that the fire department would take? I see the road there where the intersection is, but I can't figure out anything else within there.
Where's the
They look like walking paths.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, right click, turn it red. Yeah, sorry, you're there, pointer options.
Okay, cool. Okay, so, yeah, so this would be the driveway. This is driving space right here. So I'm not using.
Oh, that looks like a parking lot. That's why I wasn't clear.
There's gonna be parking spaces. It's wider than it looks.
Okay.
But there's room for cars to go both directions, and there's room for a fire truck. You have to. I mean, it's part of the. And actually, that's already been reviewed. The fire department's already reviewed this for. And it'll get then like re-reviewed and finalized. But from a concept level, the fire trucks can turn around. This is also driving road. Sorry, I'm not driving this. There we go. Driving road.
Gotcha. It just
And
doesn't look like
driving.
a road in there. Okay.
Yeah.
That's clear.
So Michael, are you going to say that the legislature says you can't require 2?
No, ma'am. I was going to say that all my experiences, such requirements for either numbers of units or dwelling units is driven by fire code. So fire code would say you build this many dwelling units or this many people living on a one-way in, one-way out, then you have to have a second, et cetera. And again, my recollection from the conversation was, no, the town of Rolesville did not adopt that, nor does Wake County Fire Department can have that rule that applies to Rolesville, et cetera. So while it's been talked about and brought up many, many times, it's not been adopted, codified. And again, my experience is that it's really driven by fire code. And of course, Wake County Fire Department regulates that high level of fire access in Rolesville. I'm sorry?
Do you know what that number is?
No, ma'am, I don't know the fire code, but we can certainly ask our Wake County partners to bring some information to the board if that's your desire.
Let's find out.
Thank you. Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
In Charlotte, the ones we have in Charlotte, it's one as well. It's the same. For this amount of unit count, it's one driveway requirement.
Is everything inside the project for rent, or can a senior purchase the cottages?
No, it's all for rent. And the idea is, again, we're as Matt mentioned, we are long-term owners. We manage them ourselves. And so the idea is to always just basically have a really consistent experience, whether you're in the cottage, whether you're in the main building. We want everybody to basically be one big community and come in and use it. So we wouldn't, I think it would be, you would sort of have two different cultures that would emerge, I think, if there was for sale and rental.
Any other questions from the board?
No, sir.
All right, well, thank you. I will now take any comments from the public in favor. Comments in favor.
Sorry.
All right.
Not really. Well, favor, yes, but had a.
Come on up and give us your name and address.
I'm John Briand. I'm a member of the Hampton Point community. I'm the resident that sent them the email, and I had talked with Mr. Carpenter.
Okay.
We're the only property in the Hampton Point development that actually abuts this, so.
You live at the water tower.
Yes, live right behind the water tower in middle school. And I'm also the president of the Hampton Point HOA. So both for myself and for the community, but I think in general, and we sent out the responses from Arden about from the email that I'd sent about some of our questions about lighting and those kind of things, and I see that it's in the agenda. So I think the big item would be just making sure that those items that we had discussed in the email, mainly about the buffer during the summer and fall and spring, probably won't be able to see this from my house, but during the winter when all the leaves are down, I'll definitely be able to see. So trying to minimize those buffer effects, I think really for our community is the only major thing. In my personal opinion, I would much rather have this than some kind of commercial development sitting back there. And in our discussions, we had a similar conversation about Walbrook for our community, and they had agreed in this buffer requirements to do some similar buffer confirmations. And so I think in general in favor of it, just making sure that one, kind of that main taller building structure is kind of situated where it is, which I assume it would be. And then two, just making sure that those those discussions that we previously had would be adhered to for the final permitting.
Wait, you were the only one that responded, right? Wasn't that
So I was actually out of town for business when they had their first development. So there was probably, I don't know, maybe 10, 12 tops in our community that got involved. But I think we had 4 or 5 residents actually go, and there was some question and answer, but I sent more detailed questions, partly because I'm also a civil engineer and deal with this stuff as well. So, yes, so they had responded to those comments, and I was the one that sent them.
Great.
So,
Thank
Yeah, so,
you. Go by John, you said?
yes, John.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
and I appreciate you speaking. So a lot of the, I think the agreement that y'all had with Walbrook before, a lot of Walbrook's project was under the UDO. And so the buffer requirements, lighting requirements were all different. And so a lot of those requirements that Walbrook had agreed to in a private agreement, they're now part of the LDO, so we're required to follow them. And so the answers in the packet kind of outline those things. For example, I think the lighting, like there's a fairly extensive lighting ordinance now in the LDO that requires, I think there are 11 different requirements, some of which limit the foot candles, their full cutoff fixtures, things like that. And then the buffer, the 6 foot is an LDO requirement too. And so we're committing to that in 2 ways. We have to do it because it's in the LDO, and we're showing it on our concept plan, which is a condition that we'll build consistent with the plan. So I don't know if that answers your questions. Yeah.
That answers it.
Thank you, John.
Yes, John.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Board.
Anybody else want to speak either for or against the project? Hey, Margaret, state your name and address, please.
Margaret Watkins, 407 Belmelin Court. You guys said that you were the property owners? You won't be the property owner?
No, we will be.
You'll be the management property
Yes.
for 10 years, 20 years?
At least 10. I mean, I don't know. I can't really. I never really map out more than. I can't map out farther than that. But the plan that we have is certainly for 10. As long as I'm around, we'll be managing it. So.
Okay. Hearing everything that we have tonight, would you guys be willing to do 5% of units at, say, 50% AMI?
I think what we're trying to accomplish, like I said, is filling that missing middle and to have an affordable component. There's a place for that in the housing infrastructure ecosystem. For us to do that, it would completely change everything that the way that we've underwritten it, the way that it's put together and designed, and the way it's been designed, yeah, it's just, we couldn't make that commitment, unfortunately.
Okay. Because I don't know that many police officers who would, 30% of their income would be $2,000 a
I mean,
month.
that's on the high end, so, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be in line with what it would cost to rent an apartment building. But yeah, that would be, and so that'd be a 2-bedroom, but, one bedroom would be lower than that, so.
And would those rates be fixed by the time you build out, or is that going to go up with inflation?
I mean, it would have to go up, unfortunately, yeah, I mean, that's the wages that we pay people, everything, all of our costs are going up with inflation.
Right.
So it's we have to live on that as well. So unfortunately, yes, it would have to go up with inflation.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark. Any comments to the board?
This, to me, is just not affordable. It's, I mean, $2,000, you can get a 1-bedroom now. That's how I see it. I don't see this fulfilling a need. If the units, or even if a percentage of the units was more affordable, I would be on board with it. But without that component, it seems like the need is greater in the community right now for more affordable units.
Thank you, Margaret. I think that's kind of what you were saying.
Yeah, we're conflating the issue. Continuing.
Any other comments from anybody in the public? You want to say any closing comments before I close the public hearing?
No, I will just bring up the motions on the screen here for you.
Any questions?
I do have a question, because I'm concerned that we don't know the standards for our fire code in Wake County. I don't rest easy with that.
Wake County enforces fire code, not
Right,
the
but
town.
what is it? What is the code? What is the standard for the entrances? You said you didn't know.
No. But it is not in the LDO. The town does not enforce fire code. Wake County Fire Department enforces fire
Right,
code.
but what is Wake County's? Do we know that answer? No.
No, I do not know that answer, but they have reviewed this concept plan and had no further comments.
So Wake County reviewed it, and it's within
Yes,
their
Wake County
standard,
Fire
but we don't
Department.
know what that standard is.
Wake County reviewed this concept plan and had no comments, that it shows compliance at this stage.
Commissioner Sutton, if it is helpful in this particular case, without commenting on the issue that Commissioner Medley raised, for multifamily, which is how the fire code would look at this, I believe, for developments under 200 units, and this one is capped at 164, so long as the site is sprinklered, it can have a single fire apparatus road entrance and exit, and that would only be if the county had adopted Appendix D of the fire code. So at least as it looks here, whether Appendix D had been adopted or not, so long as this is sprinkled, which sprinklered, this would be fine with 1 under the code.
I do think we need to include that, though, just for, if nothing else, knowledge of the public, so that we know what we're looking at, and the public is aware that we're not just approving one road and we don't know the standard, even if it's Wake County that approves it. I think that should be spelled out.
Okay.
Whether we need to adopt that in our LDO, whatever, it needs to be there, or we just say we comply with Wake County because they control this.
We will get that answer and report back to the board.
Gotcha. Thank you. So under 200 units, there's the answer.
And sprinklered,
And sprinklered.
not sprinkled.
Clarification for everyone. Thank you. Now we're cooking with grease.
Any other questions for Mike? No. Okay. Thank you, Mike. Good job. Appreciate it. So I'm going to close the public hearing and turn it over to board. Mike did put up 3 possible motions, or 4 really. So I'll turn it over to board for deliberations and a motion.
Looks like we need to do all 3.
Mayor Curran, if the board does adopt the rezoning, I would ask that the plan consistency statement be amended to add the text amendment case, as well as we did not do a plan consistency statement before we went to recess. Just add it in. So MA 2210 and TA
22-01.
2201.
All of Michelle?
Okay.
Let's not make Dan do it.
All right, no, I just have a more of a concern of like what I stated earlier, and I know this is two separate entities, but the question I have is we have an opportunity to kind of solve some of the costs for our seniors to make it affordable. Is this one of those projects to where we could do that?
This isn't an affordable housing project. This is a market rate apartment. So just like, excuse me, what Cobblestone is building?
Yes.
Market rate apartments. So this is market rate for our 55 and older active community. So if me and my husband, I'm over 55, wanted to downgrade from our house and go, hey, we're tired of all chill out and whatever, go to the beach as much as we want, right? So it's market rate. So it's not answering the AMI question. Separate issue.
Okay.
So the affordable housing policy will address that issue in the future, definitely.
It kind of fills a gap that we don't have.
We don't
here
have.
right now.
Okay.
Because you know there's ones in Heritage. If you go down Rogers Road, those ones in Heritage on the right, you see those kind of cottage homes? They started at $350, where you can purchase them, and they're now over $500,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Me, I'm more than owning than renting.
But it's 55 and older
Yeah.
to purchase, but yeah.
I love to own than rent.
Right. But we don't have anything like this in
Is there a
Rolesville.
cap on the income for that, by the way?
There'll be no cap.
Yeah,
no.
it's market rate.
It will be just if you can pay it, you can pay it.
Oh, yeah, the 22.
We'll do it afterwards.
I second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion from the board?
No, sir. Thank you
Not
for
hearing any. All in
explaining
favor,
that.
say aye.
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 I think that was unanimous, right? Unanimous. No nays, so motion carries.
Thank you.
Move to adopt a planning consistency statement and statement of reasonableness for MA 22-10 and TA 22-01.
Second.
Dan
Okay,
tried to
motion
second.
second.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Any other discussion? Not hearing any, all in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carry and
It's going.
thanks.
Move to approve the voluntary annexation petition received under GS 168-31 and ANX 2209, 4724 Burlington Mills Road, Arden at Rolesville.
Second. Oh.
I think Sheila got that one in. So it's motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any. All right. Welcome to Rolesville. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, Barb.
Who knows, I may be living there one day, so. It may not be far from it, so. But that's, I think you have a nice neighborhood, so thanks.
That's gonna be nice.
All right. We have a couple more items of business here. Next one is legislative hearing LDO text amendment 2305 townhome lot frontage.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. So the next few cases here are very similar to what we just had before, a text amendment and then a rezoning map amendment coupled with a voluntary annexation petition. So this is a text amendment to change a grouping of LDO sections. I won't go through those. Specifically, I've called this the townhome lot frontage. The next term you'll also see is private access easements. It involves both of those two things. Some background. So the land development ordinance currently requires that all subdivided lots have lot frontage or a physical connection to a public right-of-way. So any lot has to be created on a public street, either an existing street out there or a brand new one that the development is also proposing to create, build, dedicate as a public street. Most public streets, especially in residential, are being deeded over or conveyed to the town. So the town owns these new public streets in these residential subdivisions, and every lot fronts on them. That is the standard under the LDO. What this does is it precludes landlocked properties or lots from being created, and that's generally a good thing. And that's why most community subdivision ordinances have the standard that all new lots being created through the subdivision process have to have public street frontage. Everybody always has that access. So that public right-of-way access will never go away because the governmental entity that owns that street will very unlikely do that, to take away that public access. So be it the town streets, a city, if the counties get involved in streets, or the DOT. And again, in North Carolina, the DOT owns a lot of roads and streets. So very specific to residential fee simple lots, this public roadway frontage can also limit the design options and the opportunity for creating some different type of functional and functioning and interesting layouts of properties. If you think about a grid system, which is very classical in America, that is predicated on a public street and lots fronting on them. So by deviating slightly from that, you can create some more unusual and unique subdivision products and projects while still providing physical access. So, yes. Sure. Oh, I apologize. I didn't realize it was. Yes. Yes. So what are the alternatives to public right-of-ways for lot frontage? Well, private access easements, or what are commonly stated the same way as private streets. If you want to protect the word street for being a public right-of-way, then it wouldn't be a private street. It is really an easement and an access easement that are held privately by the folks who own the land on which you drive your car or walk. So this is no different than what we see in shopping centers and apartment complexes, et cetera, around us currently and in all communities. Where we drive our vehicles or gain access to buildings and properties is not a public street in those scenarios. It's an access easement that allows everybody communal access over that piece of property. This then puts the ownership of that means of access on the private property owner, or in a residential setting, it would be an HOA who would own that land. And then the questions arise, what does this look like and how would this function? This is an excerpt from the Granite Ridge Townhomes, which sits just to the north of Town Hall here, or the west of Town Hall. This is what the subdivision plat looks like. And so just highlighted where this calls out the public right-of-way. Sorry, let me get my laser pointer. Grand Rock Way is an existing public right-of-way, 60 foot. And then this here, going down the center of this, is a private access easement. These are the townhome lots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 there. There's a building, stands here with 7 townhome units on it. Common open space here, then another building, etc. So this is what it looks like on the subdivision plat level. This is what it looks like in an aerial view. Again, Grand Rock Way is over here, that's public right-of-way. All of this is private access easement where the folks drive their vehicles. This is the front of the lots. This is where they have driveways and garages, because there's no rear or alley loading option in this product here. So everyone takes direct access off of Grand Ridge Drive, which isn't a public street, it's a private access easement. And looking at it this way, when you click on that property, all of that private access easement where the folks drive and all the space between the buildings and then all around behind there is one contiguous lot that's owned by the HOA. And it's platted as an open space lot. But on the ground, on the street, this is what it looks like. Very similar to or identical to what you would see in a subdivision that has platted public right-of-way or public streets. Pavement, curb, gutter, sidewalks, lots of driveways. And when it comes to townhomes with lots that are usually 20 to 25 foot wide in those buildings, and then driveway standards where that driveway needs to be 10 or so feet wide, you get lots of frequent driveway cuts and very little front yard areas. And vehicles and lots of trash cans on trash day, which this happened to be. Items like fire hydrants. So this area here could not legally be parked in front of for on-street parking because there's a fire hydrant right there, for instance. This is standing on Grand Rock Way, looking at 2 buildings. A private access drive goes there, and one goes over here in front of, between these buildings here. And this is what the broadside or side of a townhome building looks like when you're standing on a public street out there. Gives opportunities for much more potential for landscaping. This buffer space is built here. The sidewalk is separated from the street, et cetera. So not that very tight-knit like we saw where all the driveways are and all the vehicles go. So the next few slides are that redlined text amendment language that is the heart of this request. I will go through this rather quickly, but we can always come back to this, and the applicant also has a presentation that will probably get into the nuts and bolts of this. But the text amendment started with the applicant proposing just a few changes to add words private access easement. As staff reviewed that, we looked through the entire LDO and found about 8 or 9 or 10 other citations that needed to be slightly amended to make it, when this would be administered, that there would not be a problem with a lack of adding a word here or there. Basically, adding the words private access easements. So as you go through this, after the first few, you'll see little additions like comma, private access easement designed for vehicular access being added to several sections throughout the code. So at the end of the day, this was started as an applicant-initiated text amendment. Staff's review of it, it blossomed into more required amendments for staff to be able comfortable and to be promoting this to the town board, as we think we've covered all the ins and outs of private access easements throughout the code, that there's not going to be an unintended consequence where there's an omission of some information about private access easements being an option.
So who maintains the private access?
Whomever owns the land underneath it. So an HOA, in a residential setting, like for townhomes, it would be HOAs. And if I didn't state this very clearly at the beginning, this change is only for single-family attached or townhome use. This is not a proposal that would allow this for single-family detached neighborhoods, just for townhomes.
So we used to allow it, because it's in Granite Falls, right? Oh, Granite.
So, I use Granite Falls as an example.
We quit doing it for a good reason, probably, right?
So remember, I led off with saying the LDO requires that all platted lots front on a public right-of-way. So you could not build Granite Ridge townhomes today under the LDO. But we have an example of a townhome community right behind us here that was built under the Unified Development Ordinance back in the early part of the last decade that exercised private access easements.
I think we changed it on the UDO, Mike. You may not have been here.
Well, these projects were approved and built subject to that.
These are the ones that caused it to change, because if y'all remember the trash, you know, we have no control over those streets. And
that is correct.
You know, people buy there, they think we're going to help control those streets, and we can't.
No, they're private access easements. The HOA controls it.
So one of the things we required, if I recall, I think I recall most of this, the ones that you talk about, Granite Falls, they won't build to street code either, which provides a lot of issues with egress and ingress and trash pickup and everything else. I was thinking we at one time said it had to at least be by street code, by what our code is for a public street would have to be what it is for a private street.
Makes sense.
Sure.
So,
and that's where staff went through the LDO, and we feel we've caught those situations where a developer could choose the option to build townhomes using private access easements, but not omit the other aspects of a public street, like sidewalks, like street trees, the green space between back of curb and the sidewalk, things of that nature, so that the look and feel of the neighborhood and all the amenities that maybe come with public right-of-ways in the cross-section of a public right-of-way would not be omitted for that. So that is the...
But I think even recently, Walbrook has a lot of private streets in it, don't it? Those townhomes, I believe.
No, the townhomes have platted public right-of-ways as their main streets. They may be using some alleys. I'd have to check their site plan, but there are a number of public streets through the
and
townhomes.
I guess we can hear from the developer. What I don't understand, if it has to be built by town standards, has to be a standard street and all, why would they not want us to maintain it? I mean, that would be my main question.
One of my questions, I'm sorry, you're not done.
No, I think, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if it's built like a public street, why would not the public maintain it rather than a homeowner?
I think it's because of the inflexibility. And if they build a town street, it's going to look very much like the Granite Ridge townhomes. It's going to be nothing but driveway cuts, with 4 feet of grass in between.
They had so many
And if
issues
that's-
back there, going back over 4 years ago. What would you do about parking? How does that even work?
Well, every townhome has to provide its required parking, and the applicant would have to find field parking to meet the excess. A townhome unit requires 2.5 spaces minimum, and so if you're showing two in a parking lot or driveway, sorry, because the garages do not count under the LDO as the parking required. So if you had a 2-car garage or 2-car driveway, that would be 2, and you still have to show the calculation for meeting half of a parking space. And that's where communal or field parking comes into play with townhomes.
All right, so can you go back to the picture of Granite Falls where you had the alley? No, it wasn't the alley. It was like the cut-throughs. No, not that one. It was somewhere in the beginning.
One
All right,
more.
well, That's
Was it one more?
one view, but it was another one. So, okay, so maybe this one. So with the green and the yellow, that's not public, that's private?
Sorry, if I can move my cursor slowly. All of this is a private access easement. These hammerheads here, and they just end. Actually, this one continues that direction. This one dead ends. But this is all private access easement, 22 feet of pavement from edge of concrete curb to edge of concrete curb. But it's built more efficiently. There's less overall space. A public right-of-way would be 50-foot minimum in this type of setting. And so they were able to accomplish the same infrastructure in 35 feet.
So what are the streets that go across?
There are no streets going across. This is open space between townhome buildings.
Is that Granite, that's Granite Ridge, right? That's behind the post office, right?
Yeah.
So you have streets that you can go down the street, and you could turn left, and it puts you on the other street. You can either continue to go straight, or you can turn left or right.
Those are still private too. So down there at the very end.
Private.
Down there.
Oh, it's still private.
Private street and within that.
So this private street is not built to town standards then?
I cannot guarantee that, sir. It was platted this was 2015. And it was approved and built under the town standards.
Y'all may remember those people was complained a lot back there about not being able to get in, couldn't get out, people's trash and stuff, trash.
Cars are parked on the side of the street.
Yeah, and we really couldn't do anything about it, so.
That question. So with
Police
the,
were getting called all the time. It just didn't, it seemed like it was a lot of chaos.
But I think that's why we changed our townhome things to keep from having future homeowners having those troubles, but.
The only difference I see from this plat and if this was a public street would be this right-of-way is 50-foot wide. But the proximity of the lots, the lot width, these are all 20-foot lots. That needs to be a 30-foot space in between buildings under the LDO. I don't know if I have a dimension there. But so as I see it, this could be replicated under the LDO, and this is that would be the only choice that the developer has, is to build this with a public street, which the town would then maintain.
okay, so with the proposed tax amendment, that would become a public street with widening the road and giving.
No, currently under the LDO, you could not build what's on the screen here. This would have to be a 50-foot right-of-way.
Correct.
But you could build the buildings, the lots, et cetera, if the tightness of what this is unsettling, all of that could be built under the LDO today, and is the only option for townhomes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So would the townhome still face the street?
As far as the front doors and the garages, if only this was a street, yes. Now, if the developer chose to put an alley there, they could put the garage side on the back, and this could just be a front door if they wish to. But that's where the buildings go and how the buildings face. This is just about the land and whether this is a public street or a private right-of-way or private access easement.
It seems like it's a way of getting more houses than the same amount of space.
The density of zoning does not change with this. They're still governed by that, just as this is just a difference between public right-of-way, which is compulsory today, and an option to build townhomes with a private access easement for its lot frontage. So where these lots front onto this private access easement, again, you can't do that today under the LDO.
If it's private, if the roads are all private, then where does the additional parking go? That's considered private too?
The developer, yes.
Somebody, then that's,
Yes.
are you trespassing?
No. It's a public,
homeowners.
it's a private access easement for the homeowners association, for the residents. So this and I do not know where the communal parking is. I don't know what the parking calculations for this subdivision in 2015 were. But new developments would have to have and demonstrate at the subdivision stage how they met the parking requirement, which is not just 2 per unit, it's 2.5.
So this is coming up because the applicant is asking for this?
Yes, they have a different model that model of building townhome buildings in a different way that would be facilitated by this and also lessen the burden of the town infrastructure by not having every street being a public street.
I guess we should move on. Let's see what they have.
And I just want to clarify from the LDO, sound like Dan, from the LDO, in today's terms of the LDO, it's 50 feet, even for the private easement?
So a residential public street that would be typical in a residential townhome neighborhood would be a 50-foot right-of-way.
Gotcha. So it wouldn't be the 35 anymore? I just want to make sure I'm.
No, no. So to put a public street in here, everything would have to get wider by 15
But you're saying
feet.
public, I'm still on private.
Okay.
I'm still on private.
Private access easement, at this point, there's no width standard. It would be driven by,
I think it needs to align with our streets.
it would be driven by the needs for public utilities or stormwater drainage. But there's still an acceptable width of pavement, and that goes back to the same standards for a private access easement versus a public
Just
street.
learning a lesson from this, though, when I look at that, and I know the problems that are being
Yeah,
pointed
this
out.
is a bad
before.
example, Mike.
Right.
I mean, you
This
could
is
not
a
have
good
picked
example for
anything
us
worse.
not to do this.
You could not pick a worse example than this one.
Yeah, because this was a hot button issue 4 or 5 years ago. I
Sure.
remember that.
Then the
distinctly.
applicant's examples will be, again, what they're seeking to do and willing to commit in the next application, which is the rezoning case before you, to clarify.
But in order for the town to control those streets within the townhomes, that's an LDO change?
Currently, the LDO would require every street that a townhome lot fronts on to be a public street. That's the standard. That's the only way people can build townhomes today under the LDO.
Oh, wait a minute, I thought you said the HOA would maintain it. I'm confused then.
If it were a private access easement, it would,
So these would
which
be
is
public-
the request of the text amendment, is
Okay.
to allow private access easements
Let's hear
in
from
lieu
them.
of public
I'm
streets.
getting confused. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mike? Okay, I'm going to open this public hearing, and we will hear from the
Thank you,
applicant.
Mr. Mayor. My name is Jason Pfister. I'm the Vice President of Development for Ellis Developments Group, who's working on this project. I've got Keith Spalding Roberts here, who's our land planner. And to get to your question, this all came about because we were trying to avoid exactly the problems you just saw with Granite Ridge. It technically was our text amendment, but it really came from a response to the town's comments, because our initial site plan did comply with the public street lot frontage requirements, and you did have long rows of townhomes with, so, yeah. Keith, if you wanna-
Just to give you a little background, my name is Keith Robbins. I've been doing urban planning and design for the last 35 years in Raleigh and actually in China too for some time. So when we first submitted this, actually 9 months ago, this were the comments coming back from the town. And we had 2 sets of comments. The first comment was, if we followed the code exactly as it is now, we end up things looking just like what you have in Granite Ridge. 20-foot townhomes with 16-foot garages. And as Michael noted on his review here, we have literally almost 40 driveway curb cuts right on the public street. And that is exactly what your code says. And at the same time, Michael then gave us the other issue of, by clear admission, we can't use private streets. So we found ourselves in kind of a stuck scenario of not wanting to do townhomes that look like Granite Falls, that met that criteria of every 20 feet with a curb cut. And we couldn't use a private street. And on top of that, with the new parking requirements for townhomes, every number of townhomes, we then have to create a parking lot. in order to fill the extra parking spaces. So that was kind of the beginning of where we started, trying to meet the code as is. And as you can see, what Michael is mentioning here, we have, is there any way to reduce these driveways and curb cuts? So how do we reduce the safety factor or the issue of people backing out of their driveway late to work or rushing the kids to school with the kids screaming, and then someone's coming the other way and you don't see them? So it's fundamentally a dangerous idea. So we wanted to come up with something different.
And I think throughout that process, so like I said, it started as a comment response from town staff, but as we got into it and looked at it, it really came, I think, more of a collaborative process where staff wanted these changes from the LDO just as much as we needed it
Right.
for this project.
So then this hand sketch here gives you an example of the interpretation of the code, LDO 9.2.1, where we have townhomes on a public right-of-way with the curb cuts up to 8 units or less, plus the required parking, which would then be a separate parking lot, which kind of sits off to the side. And by many ways, it doesn't look that nice, and it's not really a good sense of what you really wanted to get from your code. Now, we were fortunate enough in Raleigh that we have an example of a built environment of multifamily homes, single-family homes on a public right-of-way that would meet your code as is, and that just happens to be in Headingham, where we have long streets with the 20-foot houses. These are duplexes. But again, we have the same scenario problem of the conflict of curb cuts, public utilities, garbage cans, and in fact, when we talked to your planning consultants, one of them lived here and said, do anything but avoid that. And so our goal was to find some new idea to help your code enhance the quality of life within your town that fits within the conditional zoning for townhomes only. And actually, we have an example that goes back almost 300 years in this country. And this is an example from a small street in New York. They're called Mews, where we have small streets, small buildings that have access on them. So what we're trying to do is take an old idea, bring it forward to Rolesville, and then kind of go one step further and say, how can we enhance your code to make your town a better place to live? So we already have an historical example. And in New York, these things are $1 million houses now because they're so attractive. People want to live on them because they're quiet and they're small. And they exist in a few urban areas. But we don't want that to happen in Rolesville. We want something a lot nicer and much more affordable as a townhome. And so what we wanted to do with this idea of a Rolesville Mews is flip your code sideways, flip the building sideways, where we get two things. We get a front door and a back door. We get public access. We get vehicular access. And we get a type of community garden where everything fits together. There are a couple other issues that come up that are requirements for us, and that is when we go through the design review process, City of Raleigh tells us that these have to be 35 feet wide as a minimum for Raleigh utilities. So we have water and sewer on one side, and then 20-foot side wide on the other side for the Raleigh stormwater utility. Additionally, Raleigh then has areas for garbage collection on the public street, so it's not in conflict with driveways and curbs and all that. So this plan, if we can use, has the garbage area set aside here in these red areas. So if I right-click, where's point of entry? I'm in PDF now, so I can't. I'm sorry. So we have a garbage can, if you will, like a temporary easement where you'd put your garbage cans. We then have parking side here with our 35-foot easement, and then plus room in the back for our Rolesville townhome-only parking requirement because we can't count the garages as parking spaces. And yet, We then have the Raleigh sewer easements and stormwater easements, and that creates a front yard area, which then gives us a pedestrian-centered kind of garden look as we come into it. So what makes this different from, let's say, Granite Falls is we're trying to make something that works for everyone and also becomes something that the town hasn't seen before. And so this sets a higher standard, and that's why we're looking at it as a conditional use. And that's why we're here today to talk about it. So that's why we're looking at a text amendment to give us the opportunity to do that, so your lots could look like that. So again, we're still building the standard streets by the UDO and the subdivision ordinance. That would be the same quality of streets necessary. We've had Wake Fire Department look at this plan and approve it on the condition that it has to be less than 150 feet, which is where the 150-foot came from the planning board. We're also looking at sidewalks, street trees, an area for garbage cans, and yet keeping that public right-of-way as a tree-lined street that kind of collects and connects everything together. So we literally have little pods of 4 or 8 unit communities. And the nice thing here is then this center asphalt area actually becomes like a little private street hockey or basketball court for the kids in the neighborhood here. So we have this great opportunity of localized recreation right in your backyard. Actually, it's not. We've applied this principle to 2 other towns that we've worked in, and actually this gives a smaller number. It was in Richlands, North Carolina, and in Jacksonville. Right, it has to have, in order for this to work, this special case needs to have 2 easements, a front door easement, which is the stormwater, and then a rear easement, which is the water and sewer easement, which is 35 feet. That's the only way it works. In back of each unit. So it becomes basically a driveway and then a front door.
Yeah, so you're gonna have a driveway with the guest parking at the end that's gonna have your sewer. Is it sewer on that one?
Yeah.
So sewer pipes obviously will be going underneath it.
Yeah. So the sewer and water lines come in this way, and then the stormwater comes down the front. They are parking is in the rear on these. We're changing the street to avoid this condition. And we're changing the street to avoid this comment from staff that said this is an awful lot of curb cuts and an awful lot of conflict. So what we're trying to do is minimize that conflict between your pulling out of your driveway right into the public street and your neighbor doing it. And so we're trying to avoid the pitfalls that you found to be the worst case example in Granite Falls. So
And I get what you're saying to a certain extent, but it just, the public-private part of the program is better.
in how so? Yeah. No, please.
I just don't understand, when you turn it into pipe, I live in a big city. There's a lot of it, like it's that. I just don't understand.
I think that the word public and private do confuse people as things. It's more of an issue of form. And so that street looks like a public street. It functions like a public street. It's almost as wide as a public street. It's built to public street standards. But because it's a private access easement, what that does is allow these units to turn onto a smaller street and then turn onto the public street. So it's all about avoiding the other condition that staff was talking about here of having too many curb cuts.
We don't,
For the town.
for the,
In other words, it would look like this if we built it this way.
Could I get dedicated that you kind of
And what we're doing is by flipping it sideways, the only way we can do that in your LDO is especially to avoid that, which is a public street condition and a public street and driveways going onto the public street. The only way to do that in your LDO is actually to ask for a text change and call it a private access easement.
for all the townhomes that are spread, that we change the direction of each strip.
Yeah.
So you're taking out 4. So you're
Right.
going to change the each, okay, in this case, so the each unit now stays the back of another unit? Is that how that works?
They do anyway, if it was a public street, because the backs would always face it. So in these cases, the fronts of the buildings face the front of your adjoining building, and the backs face the back. But again, it's no different than the example that you have now in your code. Does that,
So
does that
I'd
make
like to make a
sense?
recommendation on this. This seems like it's a work session issue we need to look at further. To be fair to the applicant, to be fair to the board, I think it would be better if we push this into a work session where you could better explain this, and if we had other questions, it would actually work better, I think, in both favors, but that's up to the board.
I got questions about fire access,
Yes, ma'am.
and I'm struggling with these drawings. I'm sorry, I am. So I got a lot of questions.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think we're gonna be spinning our wheels and still continue this if it's already 10:15 already, and
Yeah.
Okay,
You know,
I'm ready for it.
really, if you figure out the right way to work it out, I do like that a little bit better than lining them all up. It's like little cul-de-sacs or little communities or something.
in like a shared front yard.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah. And you don't have the long line of townhouses, and all you see is cars and driveways.
yeah, we can't do that if everything has to front on a public
Yeah.
street. So that was sort of the.
But I do agree with Commissioner Vigil. This probably should have been worked in a work session, right? And maybe, I don't know what we got planned. for the
Is
next-
this new material since the point, did this get presented to the planning board? The same
This was planning to the planning board.
with your
yes.
previous material?
Yep, the same slide
And-
was.
But this, did this have any of those drawings in our
Yeah.
packet?
Not in the packet.
No, I
Not in
didn't
the
get that.
packet.
It was submitted, but it's somehow didn't.
Yeah, because basically all I saw was writing for the text amendment.
The intention was to include this. The applicant did submit it to staff. I think it just got in all the files. It must not have gotten it.
Yeah, that's not fair to the board. And I've said that, that's one of my pet peeves. No information at the meeting, don't work for me.
With all of that said, I move to continue this matter to a work session to be determined by our staff update.
Well, let's amend that a little bit. We're not going to move, can we do a work session and not have a public hearing type?
We can. What the board,
We can extend the public hearing to next month, or we do a work session in between, is that right?
that was what I was thinking. That's right.
You read your mind.
And if you can come up with some
You want me to say
better rendering, more concise, or, something that we can really,
cleaner?
because I couldn't make out the last one, and this one was a bit like
This is novel, I think. Did you come up with this, or is it, you did?
Yeah.
Because it's nowhere else like this.
Not that I know of. So that Rolesville would be the only place in town in the triangle that would have this.
so it may end up being the only one who ever has it, if you don't really understand signing up.
Because it's more urban areas that see this, and we're
Well,
not
we-
yet urban.
I would say, I think Rolesville's clearly more urban than Richland, or Jacksonville even.
Did you say Roseville's more urban, what?
I think in Richland's.
In Richlands.
Gotcha.
Maybe not Jacksonville, Jacksonville.
Yeah, I think Jacksonville's got it.
Oslo County is pretty urban, but.
But yeah, this is a concept that has been,
All right, let's.
There's a lot of questions, obviously, from every board member sitting here. So we are moving to continue this for discussion at a work session. I want to make sure I don't leave that out. Hopefully our next work session with this hearing to be continued to,
So we would have,
oh,
you would have two motions in order,
Oh,
maybe three, to continue the public hearings to your regular meeting of October, which is the 3rd, unless the manager corrects me. And then you would instruct staff or request of the mayor to provide time at our next work session to discuss a text amendment relating to private streets.
And we haven't even opened up the fourth one, so that one we don't even have to be concerned with.
exactly.
We
what they
do because it was advertised to be heard today. So anyone who's here for that needs to be informed that they'll have an opportunity to come back at that October meeting.
That's your third one?
I believe you've got text change, rezoning, annexation. Look at that. How about that for 10:45? Yep.
Exactly what Dave said is my motion. Well,
She said so moved.
So moved, what Dave said.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. My understanding is we're moving the legislative hearings to is the first meeting in October? Is that right? And we're going to schedule a work session to talk about this idea of, what did you call this? The muse?
The muse?
The muse.
It's actually, you can look it up in the dictionary, and it describes these little streets.
Yeah.
So I didn't make up that term. It's right in the dictionary. Yeah. No, because New York is New York, and it doesn't belong in Rolesville.
Hey, can I clarify, how many townhomes, did I miss the number? Total townhomes?
For this development?
Uh-huh.
115,
115?
Yeah.
And all modeled like this?
pretty much, yeah.
Yes or no? Both of you answered differently.
Not all of them, but
Okay, so if we can come back with that clarification next time you come back, that would be helpful.
I should say that our initial drawings 9 months ago followed the code exactly, and we still came, I think we're at 115 as well. So we weren't playing games to get more units.
Yeah, no, this is not about increased density. It's really efficiency, design, and making a better product.
And literally making it safer to drive out of your driveway.
I would say some better drawings and clarity, just some clarity. And please don't introduce anything new at the meeting that you have not submitted to the board beforehand.
I understand. Just to clarify, we did.
I understand. That has not, let me change that. That has not been submitted to the board beforehand. If that happens, we need to be notified so we can make a decision just to continue it from the beginning. That's directed at staff, because Mike did clarify. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, guys. So we have three motions that has been made and second. I think everybody understands the three motions. Is there any more discussion? If not, I'll entertain a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I hear none. Okay. We will take this up next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So that gets us to communications from town attorney.
I do not have a report for the board. I understand that the board may wish to go into closed session today or this evening. I'll leave that to the board's discretion. We have other agenda items. Okay.
Wait, anything else?
Nothing else, sir.
Okay, thank you. Communications from town manager?
No report, sir.
No report. Any communications from town board? Anything you guys want to communicate? I will say, the show next week have two pretty good guests. A director of the business services from Carolina Legacy. I think they're doing very good there. So they got a lot. They've already started. They started in mid-season, I think, and I don't think they did a grand opening yet, but be interesting to talk to them and find out more about what's going on. And then Anita Holloway. I don't know if anybody knows Anita or not, but she actually owns and operates Heavenly Family Care Home, which is in one of our neighborhoods. She only has one as of now, but there's several of those in our neighborhoods, which is a good place for us, for people to stay during the day that need senior care help. And it works out really well. So I'm going to talk to a little bit about that as we try to change our focus to, more of a senior-friendly community. And I think she really does a good job with that. So try to learn a little bit more from her, and how we can do that. So two great guests next week. I know most other things, the chief mentioned the National Night Out and those type of things is coming up. But that's pretty much all I got. So did you find out what your thing was, David, or what y'all need to do? You and Michelle got going on?
Okay, so I have a very. I had it, I don't know if I accidentally deleted it, so I have nothing past 7:36. I move that the board go into closed session pursuant to Chapter 143, Section 313, Part 11A3 of the Open Board statute for the purpose of preserving the attorney-client privilege. The board expects to receive information daily to the borough of the town of Rolesville.
Okay, I got a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any. Motion carries. And we will adjourn into closed session, and we'll come back live to close out the meeting. So thanks, everybody. We have came out of a closed session meeting with the attorney, and there has been no decisions or no direction. So thank you for viewing tonight, and we will see you next 2 weeks from now. Thanks.
No motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
I think after 11, we will, if there's no disagreement, we're going to adjourn.
Adjourn.
Boy.